Thank you so much, honorable members. I take this opportunity to greet all of you. Greet the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Mokonyana, and Ntate Monama, and your Wipari, entire Wipari. We greet all the MECs present here today. We greet the leader of the opposition, Ntate Mapoulo. We greet all other opposition parties and all other members today with us. We greet all people who are sitting in the gallery and all our honorable members, those that are our guests from the departments today. We greet you all. But I must indicate, honorable members, that it's an honor and privilege today, honorable members, that I here acknowledge the new member of the UAT, Mr. Matsobane Jam Swotoma, whom we have just sworn in earlier today. The Honorable Swotoma replaces Mr. Maila, who has resigned as a member of the legislature. Let us welcome Honorable Swotoma in the House. He did not come alone. He is accompanied by the leadership of his party. Let's acknowledge the presence in the House, Ntate Baloi, who is the Secretary General of the UAT, and his delegation that he came with from the national office, but as well the provincial office. And as well, we warmly welcome for joining us to come and see the inaugural meeting. Ntate Swotoma, today, when we do the speeches normally, we give a person who's debating for the first time. That is an inaugural speech. So we hope part of the debates you'll be doing, it will be an inaugural speech today to the House. And you are warmly welcome once more. And all members, we are now starting with the sitting as scheduled today, the 10th of July, 2025. And I'm happy that today we have started on time. And we will make sure that we all start on time all the day, because it has been some weaknesses and we should not do the wrong things. On that note, honorable members, we're proceeding to item 2. In terms of item 2 of the motions without notice, in terms of House Rule 145, I've got a number of them. I'm being distracted. Before we proceed, honorable members, we have printed the new rule books. All of us, before we leave today, as promised, we are going to get our new rule books, but we must also make sure that the one that we have on the one that is a soft copy, you can still use it. You are allowed to do so. You are now at item 2 in terms of the order paper, motions without notice, in terms of House Rule 145. Are there any motions? I do have motions. Honorable Chempspuru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Makurupecha. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to present the motion without notice on Polokwane Municipality attaining Level 2 accreditation. Honorable Speaker, it is with a great sense of pride that today, the 10th of July 2025, the Polokwane Municipality is embarking on a colossal program of building low-cost houses for its residents. About a year ago, a memorandum of agreement was signed with the Department of Coxter that granted the municipality a Level 2 accreditation implementation protocol. Today, the Minister of Human Settlement in the Republic, Honorable Tembisi Milani, is in Polokwane in what will be the commencement of a gigantic rollout program that will provide housing for our people. The event will be held today at 11 o'clock. Through the level 2 accreditation, the Polokwane municipality has been entrusted with the enormous responsibility of implementing and managing its own low-cost housing infrastructure programs. This, we believe, Honorable Speaker, will help government to expedite the delivery of low-cost housing and meet the unending demand of shelter by our people. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. We can now get a seconder to the motion. Honorable Nechipepe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Sepur. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next motion. Without notice. I see other members, I don't see them in the house, but other members who have got the motion can still raise them. Honorable Max, you are on the list. Yeah? We should raise the hand so that I can be able to see you. Yeah, on the floor. Yeah, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise on a motion without notice to show and explore the displeasure of noting the vandalism that occurred at one of our memorial sites in Polokwane, the Petersburg concentration camp, which was vandalized the last 2 or 3 weeks. Now, what makes that sad is that the department and SARA actually allocated budgets to revamp the concentration camp to a very good state. And all those hard work are seemingly going unnoticed by this vandalism. Honourable Speaker, we therefore implore on the Polokwane municipality as well as the department to take such steps that is necessary to protect our heritage sites, especially sites such as the Petersburg concentration camp and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to second the motion as submitted by the Honourable Marks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other motion? Honorable Levier.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Dr. Makurupecha, the Speaker. I, Kidibone Levier of the African National Congress, rise without notice that this House knows the tremendous work that is done by the dedicated members of the South African Police Services in this province. Honourable Speaker, we shall not tire from coming into this august House and inundate honourable members with the exceptional work that the SAPS continue to do to eliminate crime from our society. A few days ago, we witnessed the arrest of a 40-year-old male from Sibora village at Hamashashani, who was arrested for killing his 87-year-old mother. We want to commend the police for the swift arrest of the suspect in this barbaric act of cannibalism, the Honourable the Speaker, where an elderly woman became a victim of gender-based violence in the hands of her own son. Honourable Speaker, the police crime-fighting efforts in this province are hard to ignore, and we continue to observe a series of occurrences where the police are making significant breakthroughs. This past Saturday, the Honourable the Speaker, the police arrested a 38-year-old suspect who was found in possession of a stolen vehicle, a Toyota Corolla, on the N1 South outside Polokwane. About 2 weeks ago, the police in Musina also arrested a 44-year-old male who was trying to smuggle a Hyundai H1 minibus combi into Zimbabwe. In another incident on the 23rd of June 2025, the police apprehended a 28-year-old male suspect who was caught driving a white Toyota Corolla Cross, which was stolen from Pretoria. heading towards the north. The Honorable the Speaker, about a year ago, this same suspect was unfortunately caught driving a stolen Toyota Hilux GD6. He was then granted bail for this case and was due to appear in court on the 25th of June 2025. The Honorable Dr. Speaker, all these breakthroughs are pointing towards a capable police state that is able to wage a ferocious war against crime and create a safer communities for our people. I move accordingly, the Honorable Dr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Livia. Is there any seconder? Honorable Machomani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Libya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, do we still have any motion without notice? In the absence of any further motion without notice, we'll move directly to item 3. Are there any notices of motion in terms of House Rule 146? Should I read the list? So I thought the honorable members will raise hands. They don't raise hands. Okay, Honorable Malivani Chweni, you are on the list.
Honorable Speaker, note that I'm giving member statement and not notices of motions. Must I sit down?
Was wrong. I apologize. Today it means there is no any motion, notices of motion. Thank you so much. It's none. I apologize for that. We are now on member statements. I will allow members to raise hands because I already identified you, Honorable Malivan. I think let me give you that opportunity to start.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress. We are alarmed by the resurgence or rebound of the issue of digitalization program of patient files in hospital and clinics across different channels or various platforms in recent past. It is the African National Congress conviction that the MEC of Health in this province must address this esteemed legislature and set the record straight. In the interest of transparency and accountability. Our suspicion is that there could be some rudimentary elements who think that the department is running this program in a very clandestine manner. To this end, the government has made a momentous progress in building a resilient and capable state with the hallmarks of accountability and transparency that is characterized by openness and answerability. As a portfolio committee, we held various engagements with the department. We have accepted the department explanation that everything regarding the transaction was done in line with the service level agreement. We want to believe that reports about this transaction, being littered with graft and corruption, are not derived from the facts or the truth. Hence, we are calling upon the Honorable MEC, Yeketse Mashego, to provide further clarity and put these rumors to rest. I thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malivana. We have doctors, a number of doctors in this house. So Chweni Malivana is as well an honorable who's a doctor. Raleboga, chairperson of the Health Portfolio Committee. We'll now proceed to EFF. If there is a member statement, I think we've got 2. Honorable Lidwaba.
Leatom. Hey. Alelapi.
Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned about the rising incident of road fatalities in Limpopo. During Easter 2025, in a historic turn of events, Limpopo province recorded 0 road fatalities. But now there is a regression instead of government strengthening the strategies applied during Easter holidays. Just this month alone, more than 10 people have already died on our roads due to car accidents. Tragic road crash. Road crashes continues to claim lives in some instances. Passengers sustain serious injuries which leave them with permanent disability. Road accidents have dire consequences on families and society at large, as children are left behind often, and in some instances, the children become victims of these fatalities. There is an urgent need for heightened road safety awareness as part of efforts to reduce road fatalities. The 30% strategy by the Department of Transport and Community Safety to reduce road fatalities must be fast-tracked and quickly implemented to minimize road accidents. We know that departments have weakness of setting targets which they don't end up achieving. They just set targets for malicious compliance and to look good. We call upon the MEC for Transport and Community Safety to strive towards achieving that strategy, because this will ensure that our people are safe on our roads. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to DA, Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, on request, I did oversight at the home of 14 villages in Guyana. Our Honourable Premier launched her Water Fridays campaign there in August last year. It was a wonderful idea, and we were excited about it, but due to a myriad of constraints, has tragically been unable to continue. But here is my concern, Speaker. This 308 million rand project, which was to install reservoirs, bulk water lines, and water via taps to the people in Homo, is nowhere near completed. Indeed, the pipeline, manholes, and valves were there. Even taps were installed at the houses there. The reservoirs are in place. However, the majority of houses still do not get water. Sadly, it became very evident, and we have the photographs, Premier, that the residents have now resorted to illegal water connections, tapping into the main line, and are running water to their homes illegally. Premier, we went to the house where you showcased the water supply coming in, and indeed there is water at that house. However, there were people there collecting drums of water from that premises. About 80 drums lined up in total, loaded into carts, and then being taken and sold to residents in the area by water couriers. I suspect, Premier, that you were seriously misled with information on the project, or someone is trying to embarrass you. The people were excited and delighted at the prospect of getting water at last. So were we, but they are now in despair. A few may get water one day a week, and then it is gone. I believe this matter needs further investigation, and honest answers be given to us in this House and the people who are suffering and upset on the ground. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. I request all honorable members, as when you finish speaking, please make sure you switch off the mic, even when you come into the front, so that we're able to proceed without hindrance. When I was acknowledging the leadership of UAT who are bringing the new member, I might not have acknowledged all other political parties. I can see you are in the gallery. I can see the MK leadership is here. We acknowledge you. I can see the ANC is here. We acknowledge you. The EFF members as well, if they are in the gallery, they are warmly welcomed. I'm not sure if the DA is here, but we must acknowledge all political parties if they're present in our sitting. You are warmly welcome. But as well, we take this opportunity to welcome the Premier. Premier, you're welcome. We know that we've got other responsibilities, but we are always honored that as and when you've got an opportunity, you never miss the sitting. And for that, we really appreciate Premier, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba. We'll now proceed back to where we are. We're at item 4 in terms of member statements. I hope MECs are noting so that at a later stage they will come and make their observations in terms of the members as they indicate their statements. We'll now proceed back to EFF. Honorable Mlapo, you are on the list. Yes, can we give you an opportunity?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Greetings to honorable members, MEC, and my leader, Paul. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disturbed by the number of unoccupied municipality rental houses and RDP houses in Polokwane municipality. While our people are desperately in need of such houses, we are puzzled by the extremely low occupant rate of Garena Phase 2 and Ladana opposite Garena Phase 1. The delay in placing deserving people in those houses is unacceptable and is insensitive to the service delivery needed by our people. The low occupant rate in this house is said to is a step back in the provision of service delivery to the citizens of Polokwane and South Africa as a whole. Instead of providing service delivery to the people, the municipality is suppressing and withholding such services to the people of Polokwane. These units are often vulnerable to vandalize and invasion, with windows and doors being broken and internal occupant broken by thugs who are not deserving to occupy those houses. In some cases, Honorable Speaker, where houses are incomplete, residents have had to complete the construction themselves at their own expenses after years of waiting. Many beneficiaries have waited for years for the allocation of RTP houses, leading to a serious frustration. The lack of security around occupied houses makes them vulnerable to crime and vandalism. We call upon Coxstar and Polokwane municipality to ensure that 100% occupied rate failure, which the EFF will direct our people to occupy those houses anytime from now. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we now proceed? Order, members. Honorable Chair of Chairs, please order. Can we now proceed back to the DA? Honorable Max.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, on 29 April this year, I wrote to both MEC Kekana and the HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, requesting the intervention in the governance and leadership crisis within the Batlabini CPA by initiating a new election of a new executive. This followed a stakeholder engagement between members of the Batlabini CPA as well as the DA and Janine, during which community members expressed deep concern at the CPA leadership's failure to convene fresh elections. To date, Speaker, I have not even had a courtesy of an acknowledgement of the receipt of my letter. Speaker, the CPA's refusal to comply with its constitution by initiating new elections has effectively denied the community its democratic right to choose new leadership. This failure has bred tension mistrust and a collapse in confidence in the association's ability in governing the community's property in a fair and transparent manner. The Patlamini restitution claim led to the return of several productive farms in a renowned Letsetele value to approximately 876 beneficiaries. Speaker, it's unacceptable that individuals in positions of powers can entrench themselves in structures meant to benefit land restitution beneficiaries and historically disadvantaged communities. It is equally vital that productive farmland remains productive and that jobs are not lost because of government failures. It is incumbent upon MEC Kekana and the department to intervene. Speaker, we need a clear and unequivocal answer from the MEC that she will ensure that there is decisive action into the governance and leadership crisis within the Patlamini CPA, and that urgent steps will be taken to ensure that free and fair elections of a new executive committee for the CPA takes place. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. This was the last member statement, if I'm correct. Is there any other member statement? It was the last one. Thank you so much. We have now dealt with item 4. I will now allow MECs that wants to respond and make reflection on the member statements. Can I see the hands of the MEC that wants to talk so that I acknowledge you? MEC for Health, MEC for Transport, MEC for LEADED, and MEC for Education. Let's start that way. Let's start with MEC. Agriculture. Yeah, thank you. But the MEC for Transport will follow, then MEC for LEADED will follow, MEC Agriculture will follow. MEC for Health, Media Getting Mashiro.
Thanks very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. Greetings to the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier.
We are reminded that the response should not be more than 3 minutes. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, MECs, Honorable Members, and all the guests in the gallery. Speaker, I rise today to set the record straight on the matter that has unfortunately gained traction through deliberate distortion and sensationalism on social media and in public discourse. It has been claimed recklessly and falsely that the Department of Limpopo Department of Health, under the watch of my predecessor and now under the stewardship of the current administration, paid a staggering 408 million solely to a warehouse rental over a 2 years period. Some have gone as far as to suggest that this alleged figure could have bought a warehouse and enough ambulances for the entire province. Let me state categorically and without hesitation that these claims are entirely false. They are misleading and they are malicious. The department has not paid 408 million for rental of any storage facility. The amount being irresponsibly circulated is not only grossly exaggerated, it is also falsely attributed to a single line item that does not reflect the full scope of the work undertaken. Honorable members, the facts are as follows. In 2019, the department advertised a tender for scanning, archiving, and off-site storage of patients' records, a long overdue initiative in response to a well-documented concerns from oversight bodies, including the Public Service Commission and Human Rights Commission in South Africa. In March 2020, after a transparent and competitive procurement process, the tender was awarded to Veritas Digital. This contract is rate-based, not a lump sum. That means that the department only pays for work that is actually being done, verified, and delivered, not imagined figures invented for political point scoring. The scope of the work includes collection of inactive medical records from 457 clinics and 41 hospitals, scanning and digitization of millions of patient files, some dating back to the establishment of our hospitals. Secure off-site storage with full retrieval functionality, enabling compliance with legal and medico-legal frameworks, and the freeing up of valuable clinical space in facility once overwhelmed by chaotic filing rooms. This intervention was not about warehousing, it was about modernizing our health system. It was about efficiency, security, continuity of care, and patient safety. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, digitized files can now be retrieved within seconds to defend against medical legal claims, and storage risks have reduced. Let me indicate that to reduce such a transformative and strategic intervention to false notion of no house rental is not just misrepresentation, it is an insult to the professionals working tirelessly to build a 21st century health system for Limpopo. We welcome oversight, we welcome scrutiny. What we reject unequivocally is the weaponization of misinformation for political gain. Our people deserve truth, not theatrics, accountability, not cheap populism. Honorable members, as the Limpopo Department of Health, we remain fully committed to good governance, fiscal prudence, and quality service delivery. We will not be deterred by deliberate attempts to distract or discredit us. We will continue to act in the best interest of the people of Limpopo. As the Limpopo provincial government, indeed, that's why Batubatumela, because under the leadership of our Honorable Premier Dr. Popi Ramatoba, service delivery is galore. That's why people are shaking in their boots. And Honorable Speaker, we want to thank our Honorable Premier for leading this province and for ensuring that indeed every member of the executive ensures that they act in their department, they ensure that service delivery does go to the people. We thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MEC. MECs, we have got 3 minutes. I'm reminding you. So she was lucky that the watch was not on. Now the watch is on.
Watch Honorable Speaker, honorable members, honorable Premier in the House, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I rise to respond to the statement made by the member of the EFF on road fatalities. Let me firstly welcome the statement from the EFF about the fatalities on our roads. And as the department, we are equally saddened by all the accidents that are happening or taking place on a daily basis. But it has to be recorded that most of the accidents that are happening on a daily basis are man-made. Why am I saying this? In all our roads, whether gravelled or tarred, we have road signs where some drivers decide not to adhere to those. Some decide to drive recklessly. They even overtake where they are not supposed to overtake. And speeding also is one of the causes of these fatalities. On Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025, one male driver was arrested. He was driving at a speed of 177 at a speed zone of 120 kilometers per hour. So why I'm standing here, I want to tell you that the issue of road safety is not about a particular department. It's about a human behavior. And as the MEC, I can't be inside each and everyone's car to tell that particular person not to speed, not to drive, not to overtake. So because of this, it is all our responsibility to make sure that we arrive to our destination while safe and alive. Thank you so much.
Akensa Manana Susan Mate, MEC of Transport and Community Safety, kuba mi endlela ku nkarhi wa hina wu kota ku va kahle khensa swinene Manana Violet. We now receiving MEC for Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, MEC Matibe Chiterek.
Thank you very much. I'm standing in for MEC Makam. We note the report that the statement that we received from the EFF in terms of delays in occupancy, but we must indicate that delays in occupancy does not warrant illegal occupation, as you put it. Usually delays in occupancy is that we need to be sure of the people who need to occupy those houses, because otherwise you will build houses and they are occupied by illegal people instead of the owners of the houses. I had thought the member of the EFF will also acknowledge the grading of Polokwane municipality instead of acknowledging that you are putting negative issues, but otherwise we'll also, working together with Polokwane municipality, investigate and ensure that those houses are occupied. If you go and occupy illegally, we are going to arrest you. Thank you.
Every person, can I do the last announcement? When you speak, you finish speaking, switch off the mic, either at the podium or where you are sitting. Our system today is a bit challenged. Thank you so much. We'll now allow MEC for Agriculture, MEC Mena Kedikekana, to come and respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Committee, including all the honorable members present in the House. I think what is raised is only one question from my side, as by Honorable Marx, on the issue of the Batlhavani CPA, the failure to convene the elections by the said CPA. We want to put it categorically that the CPA is established in terms of is a juristic person established in terms of the CPA's Act of 1996, but suffice to indicate that there is an amendment of the CPA's Act of 2018 where we'll be able to make sure that all the issues that is raised by Honorable Marx is considered effectively. So thank you so much. And also to make sure that we will work together with the Department of Land and Rural Development, who are the custodians of the CPA, to ensure that there is proper monitoring and oversight on the side of the CPA. And I thank you.
Thank you so much. Realeboga, I think that she was the last MEC to respond on the Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, and all the whipparies, leaders of the opposition party, and all members of the legislature. Honorable Speaker, in the absence of the leader of a government business, let me appreciate MEC Matibe for having been able to respond, but there was an issue on the home water, which we feel if we are not responding to it, it will be unfair, especially that it has been directed and the Premier has been mentioned to say she has been misled. Honorable Wilson, you are quite right that the home water has not been completed, even during when we launch
the Hinwamati Friday. I was not misled by the Mopani District Municipality, which is the water authority, together with DWS and our own Coxter. They had indicated that we are going to receive water in Homu except the new section where construction north is finalizing the bulk line so that it get connected and the reticulation is done. There was, even yesterday, the community was complaining because there was a wet water pipe burst, which disrupted temporarily the team that is currently working on that, but they have been able to attend to that. I must indicate to say, honorable members, water it's a serious matter. And that is why we've elevated it to the Premier's office so that we can have that war room. If you'll remember, we started the Premier's war room with Polokwane municipality. And today you can go to Shishiho. When last did you have the communities up in arms to say they are not getting water at all? Even some areas which we were having difficulties in receiving water, they are currently receiving water. We are far from resolving our issues of water, but we can't be discouraging the work that our municipalities are doing and say they are misleading us. What I can reassure you, it's very difficult to mislead the Premier because she is on the ground and she will go and verify the facts. Regarding this current house that you are indicating, and you have correctly put it that you have seen illegal connection. While we are trying to do the reticulation to that section which is outstanding, they themselves, the communities, are doing illegal connection, which makes it impossible for those that are supposed to get water on a daily basis to get water. So you have got the answer. The problem is that the Mopani district is not doing their work or are misled. The problem is that the same people that you as a responsible leaders of our legislature, our seventh administration, you see illegal connection, but you will never challenge it. Why? Why must it be left for the mayor or for the MEC or for the Premier to deal with illegal connection? It's all our problem. And when you find illegal connection, my question will be, what did you do about those communities that are illegal? Did you call MEC Manana Susan to make sure the provincial commissioner send police to arrest? No. And that is disappointing to me. I'm saying to you, when you find illegal connection, which is making it impossible for us to deliver water, the first step is to call police so that they get arrested and our people will get water.
Thank you so much, Premier. That was she was closing the response by Executive Council. We now proceed to item 6.5. I am supposed to have one member statement from member of the executive. Is it here? Over to you, Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, members of the Executive, honorable members of this August House, the Macheron. I'm presenting this executive statement on behalf of MEC Makam. Let me start by expressing our heartfelt condolences on behalf of the provincial government led by Premier Dr. Popira Matuba to the family of Raymond Silepe, Kulufelo Matsi Vaskela, following untimely demise while undergoing initiation. The two initiates lost their lives in separate initiation schools in the province since the commencement of the 2025 winter initiation schools. The epileptic Raymond Slepe, who is from Denilton in Skukune district, experienced severe complications on Sunday, the 6th July, 2025, and was rushed to Philadelphia Hospital, but sadly passed away later in the day. The second tragedy occurred in the Mupani district, where the 12-year-old Kulufelo Matsivaskhela was a victim of an accidental fire that broke out at the initiation school in Make village outside Tsanin last week. Despite receiving treatment in hospitals in both Mupani and Gauteng, he regrettably succumbed to his injuries on Monday, 8 July 2025. As government, we are committed to honoring and preserving this rich sacred tradition and customary practice of our forebears. However, this cannot be at the expense of innocent lives. The Premier has directed the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, COGSTA, to lead a formal investigation in collaboration with the Department of Health to provide a comprehensive report on both incidents. Limpopo has always held a good record of registering zero or few casualties during winter initiation season. During our preparation for 2025 initiation season, the department has received 569 applications for winter and summer initiation schools. Of these, the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, under the leadership of Wosi SC Chauke, approved 529 applications, comprising of 322 males and 207 females. Regrettably, 40 applicants were declined due to non-compliance with Section 26 of the Customary Initiation Act number 2 of 2021. Key for the rejection include pending litigation or court judgments, land jurisdiction disputes, leadership conflicts, incomplete documentation, and traditional sergeants or caregivers with criminal records. We remain firm in enforcing the law to protect the integrity of this age-long sacred practice. For generations, this rite of passage has shaped the identity, values, and responsibilities of our youth. It marks their transition into adulthood, not journey to peril, but of growth. When conducted correctly, it instills discipline, respect, and social consciousness, offering young people guidance in the world grappling with social ills such as crime and substance abuse. We reaffirm our commitment, Honorable Premier, to preserving the dignity of this tradition while ensuring safety and compliance. We call all our teams of monitors, caregivers, traditional sergeants, initiation school principals to remain vigilant and ensure that any further loss of life is averted. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. We know in terms of the rules, we'll now allow political parties to comment on the member statement of the executive. I'm going to call parties, I hope they are ready to make reflection of the member statement. The last born is new. But there's nothing wrong if you want to say anything, as per if you are listening to the member statement. You are the first one on the list. You 80. There is no problem if today you are not ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, Kani Mambo. I'm here to represent the UAT. Whatever was presented here, I've got no comment whatsoever now. Thank you very much.
Mara aluna order. Ngelo humuleng. No, you're out of order, members. the member had an opportunity to speak to us. At least now we know how his voice looked like. Thank you, honorable member. We'll now proceed to MK Party. Honorable Velile.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just to concur with the Premier, Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, let us not make debates about the plight of our people. If you see a wrong activity, report it immediately. Let it be attended. You can then debate after. I thank you.
Can we now allow the DA? The DA?
Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find out where we are on the.
Order, Honorable Speaker.
An order. No, before you make an order. Honorable members, Honorable Matibe has made an executive statement on behalf of Emis of Coxter on matters relating to the initiation schools. The comments we are making now, it's in line with what is your comment on the executive member statement as a party.
Thank you, Speaker. I got a bit lost there because it's obviously not on the agenda as it stands. On behalf of the DA, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And I think this House is in agreement. Any life lost is an important life, regardless of who they are, where they come from, and what the circumstances are. There are families in mourning. It is a cultural practice that takes place. It is a culture that must be respected. And I thank you for the statement with regards to that. I think this is not the first time this is a tragic incident, a fire that broke out. That is an accident. An accident always remains an accident. I certainly don't believe that that is intentional at all. Sadly, lives were lost. And as far as initiation schools are, we accept the culture. We know what the procedures are. It's just a situation that all of us, and I think it falls on all of us, as the Premier said just now, these are community issues. And I think we must be all very aware and kept up to date about illegal schools and legal and illegal schools and how they are practicing these traditions. But we appreciate the member's statement. I don't think this is a debate. I don't think it should be a debate. Lives are lost. We issue our condolences to those who were affected. And I think it is always a situation in every season that must be closely monitored and where possible, loss of lives prevented at any cost. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Now we'll allow the EFF.
Speaker, the Premier, MECs present, and my colleagues in the House, but by issue Bakamugalari. Yes, indeed, Igushabo Tloko, or lose Babana Bangwa Barena, Bao Bashalao Sejo, Sama Africa Mrao, Eraore, Really Musho, Rotana Goreta Kule, Rishumishane, Lo Hopelana, Kudukuru, the Baparanque, or Maparanque, Sagalanze, Musho, Holy Bicha, or Lidu Shane Fase, will the belly treat Tabachama Pelo. You are a cow real or a village we pillage again, gore dikgoro ka moka tša mmušo ka fase ga dena mo premier di leke gore bohloko bo bo di agetšego bo se ka tla ba swana le kua Eastern Cape ka tsela yeo dilao di agang ka gona mo gae ga gešo mo nna ke bolotšego gona le mo le ntate Mathaba thaile gona le kgono go tloga go bolokegile a gona bjalo le tshegiša ke eng bae a speaker wa ntshega jale ke no kgatlhega kudu ka gore o ntšhireletše tle ke no kgopela fela gore re tšee bohlokwa temana e ka ge e le gore ke baetapele ke ba babedi ke bostene ba babedi gona kua motlho mongwe nngwe ke maaka a re tsebe yale ka o rialo re re premier ka boikokobetšo direla gore ge e le gore go na le komiti eo e be e lebeletše kudu-kudu tša kua re bolelang gona o e eme nokeng re make sure gore ge setsha sa dikoma se fela re tseba gore rena re letša melodi re letša mapatata re ya dikgorong tša gabo rena o amogela bana ba rena ba buile ba bolokegile ka gore yalo re a leboga wa Elizabeth Matsoa.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mapoulo. The DA has spoken. The EFF, the leader of the EFF, Honorable Mapoulo Raleboa. The last closing party is the ANC. Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We hope and wish that you will authorize an oversight visit to some of the initiation schools in this province. In response, Honorable Speaker, in response to the executive statement as made by the MEC of Lidet on behalf of the MEC of Cocta, as the African National Congress in this August House, we are sending messages of condolences to the bereaved families, and we would want to wish comfort during this time. Of course, initiation school as a customary right is meant to be a passage into manhood that should not result in the death of these initiates. The affected families have sent their children through this process, hoping that they will make it home like everyone else. As the Limpopo, as the ANC in this province, it is indeed true that we have always had an unblemished safety record of initiation programs, and this undesirable state of affairs is set to experience. We encourage government to make sure that it takes the necessary steps to intervene in these operations in the interest of the safety of these children. We thank you.
Chief Whip, I will authorize, but I must caution that if you are not sure, go oversight car. So that is just a caution. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed. We concluded item 5, executive statements in line with Rule 200. We'll now proceed to item 6 in terms of the tabling of committee reports and other reports and papers. 6.1, we've got the table report of the tabling of the following annual and oversight reports for the financial year ending 2023-2024 by MEC Coxter. Those reports include Bapalabura Municipality, Zanin Municipality, Vembe District Municipality, and Tolamela Municipality. Over to you, MEC Matibe, representing Honorable Makam.
Thank you very much. Tabling of the following municipality annual reports for financial year ending 2023-24. Madam Speaker, Section 1321 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA, provides that municipality must submit their annual oversight reports to the relevant provincial legislature. Madam Speaker, in line with this provision of the above-mentioned legislation, I hereby table the annual and oversight report of the following municipalities for the financial year ending 2023-24 for consideration by this Honorable House. Wapalaburwa Municipality, Tsanin Municipality, Vembe District Municipality, and Tulamela Local Municipality. I thank you. I submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. The 2023-2024 tabled municipality annual and oversight reports are referred to the Portfolio Committee of Coxstar for consideration and report back to the House. We now proceed item 7, orders of the day. This is the second reading debate, approval budget votes and schedule of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2025 B04 2025. We're starting with 7.1.1, consideration of the following report of the Portfolio Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture Committee Chair, Honorable Simon Mate. Honorable Mdag, sorry, I apologize. I know you love sports. I know you love sports. So the MEC, the chairperson is not here. So who's presenting on his behalf? Should we jump it for now? Okay. No, we're now proceeding to, Honorable Mnama, you'll do it. Okay, thank you so much. Help us. Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Kanyani, Rogers, Munama. Today you are the only Rogers, so.
Nana, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, and members of this August House. On behalf of the committee, Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture, we present the 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan and Budget of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I so move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mnama, Deputy Chief Whip, for taking in when Honorable Mdaga, the chair of the committee, was still in the bathroom. They've helped you. May I please call a seconder for the report? Honorable Mdaga, what you can do is to second the report.
Nakeza manana Dr. Speaker Makrupeche ni mela kusekretary suka boshwa hi the chief whip Nkom Nakeza.
Thank you so much. We shall now go to the speakers list. In terms of the speakers list, Honorable Mabucha, you are opening the debate.
Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupecha, Deputy Speaker, Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, and all whips of committees, Chair of Chairs and your deputy, members of the Executive Council, Chair of Portfolio Committees, honorable members, staff and guests, Tobela, Avusheni, Dimacheloni, Slochile, good morning. Don't worry, we have it covered. We gather here this morning, just 4 days after General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Commissioner of Subs in KwaZulu-Natal, shook the country awake. On a cold Sunday afternoon, in front of cameras and microphones, he did something few in uniforms dare to do. His words sparked a national dialogue in living rooms, barbershops, and taxi ranks. Honorable Speaker, let me be clear. The ANC has noted this moment, and the ANC has made it clear that we stand with the people. We are confident that the President of the Republic will respond not only positively but decisively, guided by the Constitution, the voice of the nation, and the needs of the hour. Let me begin with something many won't admit aloud. Culture has been treated as a side project in our national discourse.
But I rise here today not only to challenge that assumption, I rise to affirm that the department is giving sports, arts and culture legal standing in the House of Development. Honorable Speaker, as an attorney, I've been trained to rely on evidence, and the evidence is clear that the department is not only simply drafting documents, it is investing with discipline and direction. The department's Program 1, Administration, receives 249.4 million, ensuring governance, HR systems, audit performance, and IT infrastructure remain strong. 95.7 million has been allocated to Program 2, Cultural Affairs, under which sports development falls. 263.7 million has been allocated to Program 3, Library and Archive Services and Shared Capital Infrastructure budget. Lastly, Program 4, Sports and Recreation gets 268.2 million. Speaker, we honor the late Deputy President David Dabete Mabuza, a man of quite strength whose absence reminds us that leadership is not about noise or how loud and anarchic one can be, but impact. To Honorable Bella Mabuza and the rest of the Mabuza family, receive our heartfelt condolences. Now let's deal with the issue that embarrassed all of us. The Team Limpopo withdrawal from the National Sports Championships. To be frank, the incident violated more than public trust. It compromised the constitutional rights of the children to access developmental sports. But what sets this department apart is how it responded. It acknowledged the lapse, it initiated reforms, and it took operational steps towards recovery. We now welcome the imminent high-performance centers, the deployment of 100 schools hub coordinators, and over 1,500 schools brought into structured school sports. This is a clear example of how administrative law principles in action of accountability, responsiveness, and transparency. To SAFA, let me speak as an officer of the court and a public representative. You are not above scrutiny. Your actions affect livelihood, national morale, public trust, and we refuse to keep quiet. It is time to act lawfully, efficiently, and in the public interest, or step aside for leadership that will. Honorable Premier, let us talk about Limpopo, a proudly rural music genre now echoing across townships and clubs alike. This is not just an art. It is economic expression, cultural rebellion, and creative proof that Limpopo sets trends. The law recognizes intellectual property, but our system must go beyond the law. We must nurture, promote, and protect genres like Limpopo through funding, access, platform for exposure, and industry infrastructure that doesn't require artists to leave the province just to make it. We support 40% completion of the provincial theatre, the revival of heritage sites like Zata, Chate, Skumansdal, and the launch of the Creative Industry Awards, not for celebrities, but for servants of the stage, page, and performance. Honorable Speaker, libraries are the most democratized learning spaces we have. No application forms, no tuition, just access. We applaud the department for free Wi-Fi in 111 libraries, constructions in Makuba, Bungeni, and Mutse West, mobile library services and digitization projects. In our most undersourced communities, libraries remain the last line of equity. On language, we must remind ourselves that Section 6 of the Constitution doesn't just permit multilingualism. It obligates government to promote and respect language rights. The department is in compliance with a review of the Limpopo Language Act, a commitment to South African Sign Language, and an expansion of mother tongue educational tools. We further commend MEC Jerry Maseko for pioneering the morning walk program. Physical discipline and personal health are not private luxuries. They are public virtues for leaders. May all honorable members accept this challenge to be fit for purpose and ready to serve. This department has achieved a clean audit, and from a governance standpoint, that is a high bar. But let us be clear. Good governance must be consistent. It must survive political change, audit cycles, and budget seasons. Honorable Speaker, as a lawyer, I can tell you for free that systems that are not stress tested fail. We urge the department to keep it clean, keep it accountable, and keep it people-focused. I close with the quote from the former Chief Justice Piers Slanga, who said, open quote, "Transformation is not a passive movement. It is a deliberate act of justice," close quote. This budget is that deliberate act. We are not voting for figures, but we are voting for the dancer who still rehearses on gravel, the athlete who trains by faith, the artist who believes in a talent even when no one else does. Honorable Premier, the Office of the Solicitor General appears overburdened, slow, and poorly coordinated, leading to legal and financial risk exposure for the department, missed opportunities to recover state funds, reputational risk through poorly managed litigation. It is fundamental that the department should consider building internal capacity so that it can rise to the occasion. We are voting to transform, and this House should not hesitate. Finally, to all those attending the Seshego July Denim and White edition this coming Saturday in Seshego, I wish you nothing but joy, style, responsible fun. To the organizers, may the event be a success that uplifts our creative economy and reminds us why Limpopo leads. Ke a leboga, ndi a leboga, Takensa, ngiyabonga. Thank you very much.
Ra leboga, Honorable Mabucha, even saving our time. You were 10 minutes, but you only utilized your 8 minutes. Thank you so much. We now go to Honorable Verile Jack.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. There is a bit of fresh air since Honorable Pascal Makam is not here. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Premier in her absentia, and all the leaders in government, my leader up there, Comrade John Goveni, and the leader of the opposition, Comrade Mahau. I'm not going to be long, as you always give me 3 minutes. There is one problem that affects our sporting code, Honorable Maseko. The so-called federations are not reachable to the sporting codes. Hence, people go to individuals to request for assistance. And as such, we approach you. Can we really convene the those sport federations and review their statuses and their work towards the people? It is very key because people they don't know where to report, and yet the sport federations are blocking the door. And secondly, increase the budget allocation to support arts and culture initiatives by LIRA, Limpopo Provincial Language Committee, and the Limpopo Arts and Culture Council. They have only one heritage practitioner. They do not have enough money to host International Language Day. And the LACC does not have enough capacity and financial resources to support industry needs. Recognize and promote the emerging channels like Shikazasha, Matuke. Without the support locally, they won't promote our culture effectively. Provide more opportunities for talent discovery and development through events. We are faced with a creative generation that is proud of their talents. They just need an awakening and guidance. Prioritize sports in schools, ensure allocated funds are used exactly for that in College Chaban municipality. We have schools in Malamlela, Southwest and Central, which is not conducting sports activities. Yet money for sports has been allocated to them. We would like to know where the money is. And lastly, Honorable MEC, we can't allow our people who are representing us in sports to sleep in the corridors when they are representing the provinces in terms of sporting codes. I thank you.
Thank you so much. You even kept your time. We really appreciate Honorable Jack. We move to Honorable Franz Nuts. You have 5 minutes, we'll be starting soon.
Okay. From the outset, I must express my deep dissatisfaction with the manner in which members of this House receive the agendas for legislature meetings. We only received a draft agenda at around 3 o'clock yesterday, and the final agenda was sent only 7 o'clock last night. That's less than 24 hours before the sitting. And Honourable Speaker, as the most senior legislative body in this House, I need to ask you to please speak to the Chair of Chair and your team to make sure that we timeously receive our agenda so that we can properly prepare. Honourable Speaker, be that as it may, due to the limited time afforded, I will confine my debate today to one program within the department, Program 4, Sports and Recreation. Speaker, the entire department budget stands at 877 million. That's not even 1 billion rand. Now, 877 million rand may sound like a lot, but when you put it in perspective and you compare that with the Department of Education, whose budget is 43 billion, it's actually a very small amount. Therefore, this department in comparison are on the short end of this province's budget. Furthermore, of the 877 million rand budget, an amount of 111 million is allocated to sport, which is about 12% of the total department budget. And of that 111 million, an overwhelming 94 million, approximately 85%, is allocated to school sport. Now, unfortunately, although this seems like a good budget, as far as the school sports are concerned, 85%, it's precisely here where the cracks are visible. Despite the allocation, the funds appear not to reach their intended beneficiaries, which is our children. In April 2025, the Premier committed to a full investigation into the mishandling of our children at the National School Athletics Championship in Bloemfontein. Unfortunately, by 27 May, no report has surfaced, and I stood in this House giving a member statement asking where is the report. And although the MEC commendedly has confirmed that the investigation report is pending, we are now approaching 4 months since the incident and our children are still without answers. Now, Speaker, I must ask, can it really be so difficult to conclude its investigation? Are we perhaps dealing with something big? A systematic failure or worse, a cover-up? Children were left sleeping on buses without food and without their provincial attire. This is not merely an administrative blunder. It's a betrayal of trust. Now, Honourable Speaker, if you consider 85% of the budget was allocated to school sports, and yet this is the result, one cannot help to ask whether the problem is not with funding, but with implementation, because there's sufficient funds, but it's not implemented by our officials. In fact, given possible overlaps with the Department of Education, the impression arises that money exists, but it's simply not being used to the benefit of our children. Speaker, we cannot allow this to continue. And it's time for this House to demand the answers that our children and our parents deserve. Although we as the DA support this budget, we will continue to put pressure on the department to ensure that these funds are used for our most important beneficiaries, our children, our youth, our future. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Max. I accept the criticism on when we received the agenda. We are under the hands of programming. The programming met very late last night, and we will have to ensure that parties that sit in programming help us so that we hold the programming on time, because we can't issue the order paper when it's not endorsed by programming. So I just want to indicate that all parties, we hope, let's brief our members properly as and when things are not happening, because it's not like the Speaker wishes to issue an agenda at that time. We are determined by the programming. I wanted to indicate that, but I'm happy the chair of programming is here, Deputy Speaker. They will be able to talk to the parties to address that. Can we now proceed to Honorable Letsoalo? Is she here? Gratitude oath representing EFF? Honorable Malimela, you are representing the EFF. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I'm Honorable Maholo on behalf of Malimela, Honorable Malimela. On behalf, yes. Greetings to the Honorable Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, Commissar Mapoulo, and members of the Economic Freedom Fighters, and the fellow honorable members in the House and the MEC around available. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has proven over the years to lack the tenacity to comply with its own targets and commitments. The department has targeted a minimum of 40% preferential procurement spend for women, 30% for youth, and 7% for people with disability when it has not fully complied with targets for the previous financial year. How do we trust them that they will comply with the targets set for the period under review when they have broken this trust before? Trust in government is crucial for a well-functioning democracy and in society. Honorable Speaker, can we get the progress report on the construction of the provincial theatre, which has been on the pipeline for such a long time? The target of 166 job opportunities to be created through arts, culture, and heritage program is laziness to think of. This department has the potential to create more than 500 jobs in a given financial year by leveraging on available opportunities within the arts and culture space. Can we get the progress report on the practical completion of 5 new libraries located in Mulamulele, Buchavelo, Vleefontein, Sekhukhune, and Chaulu? The people of Limpopo need increasing physical access to library services, particularly in underserved community. What is the strategy in public engagement to target 250,000 people accessing libraries across the province? We also need to see these libraries being built in rural villages so that to enhance easy access. Half the time you just talk, but you lack strategies which will translate into tangible results on the ground. Honorable Speaker, the budget for sports and recreation program has marginally decreased by 0.11% for the 2025-2026 financial year at 111.0 million. This shows serious short-sightedness and the inability to prioritize critical programs of the department in allocating budgets. Sports and recreation are crucial for individual and community well-being, offering numerous physical, mental, and social benefits. How many provincial sport associations and other affiliated organizations have you assisted in the previous financial year in order to effectively promote the development of sport? How many capacity building programs have this department implemented in the previous financial year to enhance the skills and expertise of sport practitioners, administrators, athletes, and what is the targets for the previous under review? Honorable Speaker, the withdrawal of Limpopo team from participating in the final stages of the 2025 National School Sports Champions held at Free State Stadium from the 2nd to the 7th April 2025 left us with many questions than answers. Our sporting teams cannot be disadvantaged and denied opportunities to participate in crucial games after so much preparation and planning. It is completely unacceptable, Honorable Speaker. Furthermore, Team Limpopo participated under unpleasant conditions at the South African Sports Association for the Physically Disabled National Championship in Gqeberha, Eastern Cape. which took place from the 28th March to the 1st of April 2025. Why are our people subjected to this kind of inhuman treatment? Can we get an explanation for this, Honorable MEC? Why does this department continue to display gross incompetence in planning, coordination, and logistical support for provincial teams attending national competitions? The level of incompetence in the department is shocking. Something drastic needs to be done to turn the situation around. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Magolo. We'll now proceed to the Honorable Mdaga, the Chair of the Committee, to close the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makrupech. I was out before, and definitely there was nothing sinister. It normally happens, of course, before a game starts, and one had to prepare oneself before you go and play. But at the same time, you also have a substitute who can stand for you when you are out. And I want to thank Honorable Munama for playing the game correctly. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and the entire speakership, the Chief Whip and members of the Whipari, members of the Executive Council who are always in our midst. Than the last time we were here in this sitting, in this legislature, we always see them here all the time. In the past, it was not like that. You can testify. Some of you were members of this legislature. And the Honorable, the Premier in absentia, but I think she is around. And our colleagues in the gallery, and including our chairpersons of portfolio committees, I greet you this morning. Kuyamore, Tobela, Abusheni, Dimacheroni, Silochile. Madam Speaker, the annual performance plan for the 2025-26 financial year of the department outlines the strategic priorities and planned outcomes of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in alignment with the national and provincial development goals. Madam Speaker, one will not be over-exaggerating to say sport and the creative industry is a major contributor to the growth and social development of any nation. The wellness of any nation is found in sport. A sporting nation is a healthy nation. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, guided by the National Development Plan, aims to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality in our province through sports and recreation. The People Department is in line with the Limpopo Development Plan that emphasizes the critical role that sports, arts, and culture play in promoting wellness and social cohesion, together with major benefits accrued to both the education, health, and social sectors. One always says that sport, or the Department of Sports, is many departments in one. The budget might not be enough. The 800 and something million rand that were given is not enough to indeed make sure that we do everything that we're supposed to do, including what Honorable from the other side, from NKP, was asking for. We need more money. We want the budget for sport to go beyond R1 billion. With the little money that we're having 800 and something million is not enough to also deal with all the programs that are there, administration and everything that is supposed to be done. So definitely we'll want to see a situation where money is pumped more into sport, because when the department is active enough and can touch everyone on the ground, the other departments will have less problems.
We won't be having a lot of our people going into the hospitals. We will not be having a lot of people having social problems because everyone will be healthy in mind and also physically. We can testify that the department successfully had a very successful Provincial Africa Day celebration event at Tuando Town Hall in Tulamela Municipality. These are some of the major activities that we're seeing happening on the ground. The celebration were marked by recreational walk, cultural parade, and performances by local choirs alongside government services offered to the community. Madam Speaker, I can't go to each and every program that the department is doing because then I'll be wasting your time. Already half my time is gone. But I can actually say a bit about what happened in Koankoa together with Becca Sangwisi Foundation, where our department provided those materials that we are talking about, where even countries such as Ghana, Togo, the USA, France, Mozambique, and others participated in Bakigulu tournament that was actually held there in Koankoa. These are some of the issues that we would like to see the department pumping more money to make sure that indeed the elderly are taken care of. The portfolio committee will be visiting some of the libraries that honorable from my left was asking for a report. In actual fact, we are always getting a report every time, and we meet as a portfolio committee. We are exactly aware of what is going on. And I think we can invite you, honorable member, to join us as part of the oversight committee to go and see for ourselves, because the department has always been reporting in terms of what is going on in that regard. We're glad for now that the Mulamula library is actually now operating after the challenges that were created by our own people on the ground, where they wanted the project to be this side and not that side, and then they came up with other measures to try and stop the department from actually implementing the project. At least now, something is happening, the library is operational. Our hope is that these communities will take advantage of this opportunity and utilize the library optimally to the betterment of their people. It is better to be inside the library studying than to be inside a beer hall drinking. We call upon all our young people to go in numbers to this library as opposed to frequenting taverns and thereby ruining their lives. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, former President Nelson Mandela once said, sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite the people in a way that little else does, I close quote. In fulfilling Tatana Nelson Mandela's desire for inclusive society and society that is accessible and open to all, the society that protects and cares for children, we say, Happy Mandela Month. Let us all emulate Tatana Nelson Mandela in doing good for others. Let us be selfless in our approach, be guided by his integrity and humility. Let us work for unity of our people in our province through sports and recreation. We can do it. Our festivals should reflect the demographics of our province. All should participate, black and white. Racism and tribalism has no place in our society, nor sexism. It should be abhorred by all of us. Lastly, we call upon all of you once more to do something for others during Mandela Month. At least there must be something that you have done for others and not just to focus on your own issues and be greedy in your approach in everything that you do every day. Madam Speaker and honorable members, allow me to move that the APP and budget of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture be adopted by this honorable House as a resolution of this August House. I thank you, Nakensa. Inko Munda.
Ikensile, Chair of the Committee, Honorable Mdaka, for closing the debate. We shall now call upon the Honorable the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Jerry Funani Maseko. Jerry Funani Maseko to respond to the debate made by honorable members. Honorable Maseko.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, Dr. Makurupeche, members of the Executive Council, members of the legislature, our opposition. Madam Speaker, I'm not well, man. Really, gym, I will get too much in the morning. So, moya wala untwarishije flu. Yeah, I just insisted that I must come here and physically and personally respond. Because I know, Honorable Speaker, that the department and the portfolio committee continue to engage robustly in their portfolio committee meetings. Only those who are not attending the portfolio committee meetings will come here and raise issues that we have dispensed of. Let me indicate, Chair, that I personally issued out an apology to the whole country with regard to the saga that happened in Bloemfontein. The Premier also in the previous legislature sitting, she indicated around our commitment to give the investigation an opportunity to execute its mandate and finalize the investigation. As I'm speaking, Honorable Speaker, on Monday, the 14th, will be getting a briefing. By the 15th, the report, I think it will be ready. And I communicate that with Honorable Marx in particular because he has raised a number of questions with regard to that matter. I think thereafter we'll be able to respond to the legislature in terms of all the questions that were raised, the Honorable Marx. We are in touch with him. We brief him in terms of the development. And I want to reiterate, we are still saying sorry for what happened. But let me assure this House, Honorable Speaker, that after that incident, we have agreed as a department that at any level of national championships in the country, we need to send the highest delegation. Myself and the HOD and the Director of Sports should be physically there just to make sure that there is oversight in terms of how we respond to such a challenge. And as I'm speaking, I've already requested the Chief Whip or Atla and Tumalele Gisamai get the ban. We've got winter games that will be starting tomorrow. That is part of the intervention mechanism so that we go there and check what is actually happening. Number two, I want to agree with Honorable Mabucha around the state of SAFA. There is no private sector that is going to invest money in SAFA, Honorable Speaker, under such type of a situation. And I think at my level, I've raised it with some of the leadership of SAFA personally to say, you need to put your house in order because this is going to kill football. But we cannot intervene as government because it's an independent body in terms of the regulation. Ours is to request them to deal with their internal challenges so that we don't kill football in the country. And let me assure Honorable Jack, in conclusion, Honorable Jack, that we have embarked on a district visit. Then there's no need, Honorable Speaker. But we are doing everything in our power to coordinate all the federations in the province through district visit to make sure that they become relevant and they communicate information to various federations across the length and breadth of the province. As I'm speaking, since from yesterday and today, Mamelodi Sundowns is here, and together with the MEC for Education, we received them. We conducted a trial for under 19, and we are using our school sports structures to communicate such type of an information. And wherever we are, let's make sure that we mobilize those structures so that they benefit out of the programs of government. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. I still want to plead with all honorable members. Your timer is on the screen. As and when you present, watch the screen so that you are able to see how much time you still have as and when you conclude with the debate. We are now going to 7.1.2. 7.1.2, consideration adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee, Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. Committee Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I move for the consideration and adoption of the 2025-26 annual plan and budget for the Department of Coxstar.
Thank you so much. The other committees that are coming, you are allowed to present where you are so that we can manage time. Can we get the seconder? Honorable Dr. Slani.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Thank you, Dr. Speaker. You know, the title of a doctor speaks a lot. That is why I call you doctor. Give me more or support our chairperson. Ya Cocta Galabo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Slani, for supporting the motion. We'll now proceed to the speakers list. According to the speakers list, the first person who's opening the debate is Honorable Machete. And Honorable Machete, we understand the standing requirement that he presents from where he's sitting. You are allowed to proceed, Honorable Machete.
Thanks very much. Let me take this opportunity to greet in the following order. Greetings to you, Dr. Makrupechi, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Ramatuba, the Premier in absentia, the Chief Whip, members of the WIPARI, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the August House, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. I am honored to be afforded this opportunity to address this August House when we are considering and adopting the 2025-2026 annual performance plan and budget of the Portfolio Committee on the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. Let me take this opportunity and greet this August House and indicate that we are gathered here today while we are still mourning the passing of one of our stalwarts who passed on the 3rd of this month. Comrade David Mabuza is a former deputy president of the country and a former premier of Mpumalanga province. Comrade Didi served this country with loyalty, humility, reliability, and hard work, which is path that which some of us should be able to emulate in order to ensure that we're able to provide services to our people. Comrade Didi served this country as at some particular stage he has been nominated for the position of the Deputy President of the ANC for the 2nd term, which would have been positioned him very well for the position of the Deputy President of the country for the 2nd term. In his humility and loyalty to the National Democratic Revolution, Comrade Didi declined the nomination to be Deputy President of the ANC and thus Deputy President of the country, something that some of us would not even dream of doing. His legacy, that of preaching and practicing unity, when almost everybody was preaching and practicing division, will not and cannot be forgotten. Madam Speaker, it is us, the ruling party in this province, the African National Congress, through our manifesto, which is a public declaration on the commitments we want to deliver to the people of this province, that we entered into a contract with the people of this province that we will provide quality basic service to them. And I should think all of us should be able to underline that. It is through the Department of Coxstar that the people of Limpopo are entitled to better houses. They are entitled to municipalities that are functional,
and efficient and can provide quality basic service to them. They are also entitled to live in traditional leadership areas of jurisdictions that operate the way corporate governance does. Madam Speaker, through Section 114 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa as amended, the legislature must ensure that all organs of state in the province are held accountable and should maintain oversight over the executive authority. Hence, we present this annual performance plan and budget report today. Oversight and monitoring the Department of Cogstar's performance is a constitutional obligation of the portfolio on Cogstar, who are employed by Section 26 and 27 of the Public Finance Management Act to make sure that there is accountability in this department and other departments. At its meeting, the Portfolio Committee on Cogstar received a briefing by the Department on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on the 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan and Budget. The aim of the briefing was to afford an opportunity to the Portfolio Committee to scrutinize the Annual Performance Plan and Budget to establish if they comply with the statutory and policy requirements. The Annual Performance Plans outlines the department's strategic objectives and goals to be implemented in the financial year 2025-2026. The Annual Performance Plan and Budget of the Department of Cogstar were found to be in compliance with the required statutes and policies. On the budget, the department is allocated a total budget of 2,573,445 billion, which is an increase from 2,556,913 billion of the previous financial year, which translates to a 0.64% increase. On Program 1, administration is allocated 449,960 million from 454,369 of the previous financial year, which is an increase of 98, which is a 0.98 degrees. Program 2, integrated sustainable human settlement is allocated 1,259,018 billion from 1,2.4166 from the previous financial year, which is a 1.11% increase. Program 3, cooperative governance is allocated 333,570 million from 391 of the previous financial year, which is an increase of 2.5%. Program 4, traditional institutional development is allocated 590,897 million from 531,987 on the previous financial year, which is a decrease of 0.2%. We are hopeful that the increase in the budget in Program 2, integrated sustainable human settlement, will be able to bring the long overdue relief to our people in Marapong community residential units, Alto State temporary accommodation, and Fankar Kral temporary accommodation in the Waterberg district. The Lana community residential unit in Mopani district, Beggarsford community residential units in Skukun district, and Chikota community residential units, and Vanencia Mine community residential units. Madam Speaker, we cannot fail Comrade David Devede Mabuza. We owe it to him and those he has joined, the likes of Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo, Comrade Walter Sisulu, Comrade Chrisane, Comrade Nelson Mandela, to name just a few. Our people need basic services, and the Portfolio Committee will continue playing oversight role to ensure that this is done. With the 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan, the 2025-2026 budget, we have to succeed. With the assistance of this August House, we believe this is going to happen. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makhurupech.
Thank you so much, Honorable Machete. You saved us a lot of time. We really appreciate, even when you're not seeing the screen. I hope those that sees the screen will do the right thing. Thank you so much. Honorable Wilson, you are the one to follow.
Honourable Speaker, we note with appreciation the departmental budget of 2.573 billion, an increase of 0.64, with increases for programs 2 and 3. It is regrettable that the Human Settlement Programme, with a budget of 1.295 billion, in Q4 only achieved 59% of their targets, however. Marapong, Alto State, Talana and Shikota are projects with ongoing challenges now for over a decade, which continue to rob poor citizens of the dignity of formal subsidized homes. What was particularly concerning at Marapong and Alto State was the blatant attempt to mislead the committee on the real state of the developments there. Clearly, neither project will be completed anytime soon, will not be done with the initial proposed budgets, and the rush now to save face is going to result in very shoddy workmanship. Contingent liabilities in the traditional institutional development program from litigation against the department for disputes by traditional leaders and councils must be a red flag. We need to put preventative measures in place to mitigate such expenses. Speaker, there is a Japanese legend that says, if you get on the wrong train, get off at the nearest station. The longer it takes you to get off, the more expensive your trip is going to be. Speaker, our municipalities are at the point where the return trip is now becoming unaffordable. 15 municipalities have unfunded budgets, and yet municipal managers and CFOs sign off on luxury vehicles and drivers for their mayors and speakers. Yes, some of these vehicles are under the threshold, but how does one justify such an expense when a municipality does not have funds to provide basic services to residents? Justify a salary of 800,000 per year for a mayor's driver, as in the case of Zanin. But there are pending criminal cases against the municipal officials for sewage pollution. Justify municipalities holding strategic planning breakaways at luxury resorts outside their municipal boundaries, with the go-to justification that if these sessions are held within the municipality, councillors and officials will go home. Surely, MEC, self-constraint and discipline by cadres and officials must be practiced to curb such ridiculous expenses and rather to prioritize service deliveries. This practice must stop. Speaker, we do not have one municipality with a fully functional wastewater treatment or one that is without water challenges. The horrific tales are countless, and we have shared them in this House regularly. Just this week, we highlighted the challenge in Polokwane, where it is now confirmed that E. coli levels in the sand and blood rivers have recorded E. coli levels nearly 1,000 times the acceptable limit of 400 CFU in 100 milliliters. In Bela Bela, residents of Lesiding and Mandela village have been complaining about the murky tap water for 10 months. Their water is also independently found to contain E. coli. Just 2 days ago, I raised the situation of concerns about Messina and Vembi. Some are not even that fortunate. Residents from Inganisi village, Block 2 in Giyani, Ward 16, have been without water since the dawn of democracy, reliant only on sour water. Speaker, clearly the primary cause of governance failures in Limpopo is the deployment of cadres to senior administrative positions, often with no qualifications or the relevant experience to do this job. This has not only politicized the administrative function in municipalities, it has also resulted in undue interference with procurement processes to benefit a few, wasteful spending, financial ruin, and collapse in service delivery. Currently, 2 municipal managers are on suspension for alleged corruption. Unions are calling for the head of the Vembi MM and the Mesenfeta Gomo Tubatsis due to interference to block the reinstatement of the municipality.
Yeah, you can proceed. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hope I've obtained your discretionary decision on me to sometimes sit or sometimes go there, depending as when. I want to establish with Honorable Wilson if she's ready to, if she can take a question.
Seconds to go. I don't have time to take a question. Speaker, 3 Limpopo municipalities are losing their equitable share and conditional grants due to non-payment for water of over almost R500,000 collectively to Lepeli Northern Water Board. It is time to rein in municipalities without fear of cadre retaliation. With the legal instruments at your disposal, failing to do so will result in a wholesale collapse of municipal services and the dire consequences that follow. You have been warned. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We now going to request Honorable Magabu Omsetlana, Lawrence Mapoulo. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Speaker. Honourable Speaker, let me acknowledge the presence of my fellow fighters, MEC's present and the Premier in absentia. We hope she'll continue attending our meetings and make sure that she didn't learn from her predecessor. Honourable Speaker, the department must provide us, the House, with investigation report from SIU Public Protector on the following: the Tubatsi land, VBS, Bakekolo Abarobal, Talane, Marapong, and Insing, which all of these are milking cows of the MEC. Did the department recover 33 million, which was paid to the service provider in advance before even it touched work? I think the MEC failure to respond to this as we are standing in for him, MEC of Lidet, he will be responsible to pay the taxpayer this 33 million, or he must be arrested. Because these men have collapsed everything. With municipalities, we don't like to speak about municipalities. We refuse to allow the department to conceal corruption and sweep it under the carpet on these outstanding, long outstanding matters. And the perpetrators of this corruption must be arrested, charged, and thrown into jail. What they have done to the people of this province. I'm speaking about the people in Mohodi, in Fatima, who doesn't have water, electricity, in the incomplete RDP houses, where they don't have toilet. I've told you that those people are relieving themselves in empty plastics and throw them in areas where their livestock is grazing. Just recently, about 3 years ago, the public protector released a report which Bembe District Municipality and Musena Municipality are guilty of maladministration. And the MEC is quiet on that. Honorable Speaker, can we get progress made on litigation cases arise from the Khata Commission? The MEC is quiet about that. How many officials in the department face consequence management, especially around all the projects that I've mentioned earlier? I'm saying if the MEC fails, he must be reliable to all the costs. Honorable Speaker, we request that the department provide the House with a breakdown of house built as well as those that were rectified. So much money which could be used to deliver service to our people is wasted to this consultant. and the consultant are continuing to dictate when to deliver services to our people. So much money, which I think must be accountable. Does the department have a plan to assist municipalities drastically to reduce the issues of consultant on the annual financial statement? It's a song of every day because they don't have plans. All these municipalities, how to curb this problem. Consultant will remain milk in the municipalities. The issue of relocating Sikukune offices to Jane First, long outstanding, before even COVID was born. When are you going to relocate Sikukune office to Jane First? Does the department has a turnaround plan to assist municipalities with their financial sustainability, capacity reporting, and accountability as raised by the Auditor General of South Africa? 5.452 million have been investigated, but to date, around Sekhukhune District Municipality, to date we don't have any report from the MEC. This is the one though, this is one of those reports that are concealed and swept under the carpet. The EFF will continue to agitate for this report and many other reports that are hidden by the MEC. One of the things that we can't be tired of saying is that we are not led in the Coxter department. Unless the Premier does something in removing this MEC, our people will remain in the dark. Either you say I'm speaking or hallucinating, or you think the EFF when it speaks is alone. One thing that you are going to benefit zero from the polls when it comes. These men have collapsed this department for the last 10 years. He was presiding over Marapong, and Marapong has 10 years under construction, over the limit when was supposed to be completed many years ago. Now I'm saying, if you are undermine our talk as the EFF, you are going to kiss goodbye. The seat that you are sitting there, sit them and kiss them, because you will never see them again because of this Coxter MEC. There are other two departments which are coming, Honorable Speaker, which are still going to come and insist that those MECs must never see the light. More than that, yourself, all of you, come the next elections, there will be new red in this house, and others will be kissing goodbye to this. You know it's the truth, whether you like it or not. The EFF is the government in waiting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mapoulo. We'll now proceed to Honorable Sipuru Magabo. Ke bo Magabo ka moka, champ. To close the debate. Ke bana ba kgoshi molato.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Premier in absentia, MECs, chairpersons of portfolio and standing committees, honorable members of the House, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure to stand before this August House on the occasion of considering and adopting the 2025-26 Annual Performance Plan and Budget of the Department of Coxter. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Veli Lechek will continue giving sight of relief from Honorable Makam, given the fact that he has given him a house as a military veteran. He will continue enjoying that. He is a beneficiary. Honorable Mapoulo, you don't know anything You were dreaming that the African National Congress would lose seats, and that is only a mere pipe dream. You have talked about issues that were discussed in the portfolio committee. Instead of waiting for the chairperson to represent you, you want to gallop before the revolution. Honorable Speaker, whilst we were still celebrating the fact that Honorable Stan Matabata has led by example, we are sad to report that two of our initiates have departed from this planet. Honorable Matibe, in the executive statement, has talked on this issue thoroughly. Honorable Premier Dr. Ramatuba released a statement in this regard, where she said, open quotes, "When we received news of this tragic death, we were overcome by grief and compassion. It is heartbreaking that such promising young lives have been cut short. We offer our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the departed. This is not how we wanted to gather as families during such difficult times of mourning," close quotes. The Premier called on all to exercise utmost vigilance, and that any incident resulting in such fatalities will be thoroughly investigated and to determine the underlying causes. As the Portfolio Committee, we are saying a formal investigation must be commissioned, and that intervention measures must be taken to avoid such occurrences in the future. Honorable Speaker, provision of sustainable housing settlements allows for communities to thrive, build social bonds and cohesion, and to raise children safely and comfortably. In this regard, we welcome the various initiatives that the department has embarked upon to deliver various typologies of quality human settlements. As the Portfolio Committee, however, we bemoan the wanton disregard for the right to secure and stable rental tenure for low-income beneficiaries of the Marapong community residential units, who are unable to enter the formal private rental and social housing market. This negates the ethos of the Freedom Charter to the effect that there shall be housing, security, and comfort. We are not sure as to when the project will be completed, as the department continues to shift the completion date. As the 7th administration, we were told of the completion date of April 2025, and at a later stage, June 2025. We are now in July, and the project, we are not even sure as to when the project will be completed. This is its 10th year, and even my favorite club, Kaizer Chiefs, has ended the trophy trout in the 10th year. You can only hope and pray that this project will be finished, will be completed in this financial year. The department must expedite the completion of unfinished houses in all the areas. The department must commit to working directly with the Lepalale local community in terms of provision of the housing list. And that the Portfolio Committee requests that the department finishes with the waiting list and the time frame as to when the project will be completed. Madam Speaker, our people need basic services, and the Portfolio Committee will continue playing oversight role to ensure that this is done, despite the fact that the opposition would like to exploit our oversight to score political points. The success and achievement of all the programs of the department will hinge on the following ingredients. Time as appointment of contractors. We're not sure as to whether contractors have been appointed for this 2025-26 financial year. Active monitoring of contractors by project managers on site, and that the project managers must not feed us with wrong information as to what is it that is happening on the ground. Early detection of the problematic service providers and immediate intervention. Strict adherence to deadlines by the contractors and declaration of water as a priority of all priorities. And acceleration of water provision, starting with communities that share water with the animals. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, for closing the debate and saving our time, we will now proceed to request Honorable Matibe Chitereke, as is the one that is responding on behalf of the MEC of Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And standing on the protocols already established, let me indicate that we appreciate the inputs that we received from the Portfolio Committee and the continued counsel that we always receive. And we must indicate that Honorable Machete has indicated all the budget votes from Program 1 until Program 4. And we really appreciate that they support the program. The only area that honorable members have been raising, which we must respond on, is the issue of Marapo. And we had committed in this House to complete the project by June 2025, and unfortunately, there has been some disturbances on the project stoppages. But our commitment is still to finalize this project by the end of this financial year. I think the Marapong issue must just come to an end. The issues around litigation and contingent liabilities, as raised by Honorable Wilson, we must indicate that percentage, this 90% of the litigations and contingent liabilities is as a result of traditional leadership disputes. Usually, you'll find that there are disputes in all this traditional leadership, and that causes the contingent liabilities that we are having. We really wish that that issue of disputes are resolved as urgently as possible, so that we don't experience challenges in relation to the contingent liabilities. The unfunded budgets, we must indicate to this Honorable House that COGSTA, together with Treasury, are supporting affected municipalities with the development of financially recovery plans. Because as soon as the municipality has got an unfunded budget, you need to put up plans, more especially the financial recovery plans, so that we can be able to deal with that. The quality of water and water treatment plants, indeed, the province is working. I'm looking at the timer there. It is coming and going, Honorable Speaker. The province working together with DWS, MISA, and COGSTA are supporting municipalities to develop and implement corrective action plans to deal with that. The Marapong 33 upfront payment was recovered. we can furnish the report of that recovery if it is needed in the portfolio committees that are coming. We need to have a turnaround plan to ensure that municipalities are performing. And indeed, as indicated, the report will be provided to the portfolio committee as and when. As I move towards the conclusion, Honorable Mapolo, don't divide us. The strategy of divide and rule is a very old tactic which was used by apartheid state. So you can't be using it now. You don't have to divide us. Till now we are working as a team and as a collective. Thank you very much.
MECs must always remind that we always time them. They must look at the time. Thank you very much, Honorable Matipesh Tereke. We are now moving to item debate 7.1.3, consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee Chair, Transport and Community Safety, Honorable Livia.
Thank you very much, the Honorable the Speaker. I rise for consideration and adoption for the 2024-25 fourth quarter report of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Apologies, Speaker. I rise for consideration and adoption the 2025-26 annual performance plan and budget of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. I move accordingly.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Metle.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Makurupeji, the Speaker. I therefore support the move by the Honorable Libya for the adoption of the annual plan and budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Metle. We'll now call again the Chair to deal with 7.1.3.2. Honorable Livia.
Thank you again, Speaker. I rise for consideration and adoption 2025-2026 annual performance plan and budget of Gateway Airport Authority Limited to be adopted as a report of this August House. I move accordingly, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Mantata Marcelo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Grace Makurupeja, I rise to second the Honorable Chair.
Really appreciate Honorable Mantata Marcelo. We are now going to refer to the speakers list. In terms of our speakers list, they are going to debate the 3.1.3.1 and the 3.1.2 as the same debate. It means we are debating the APP for budget, plain APP and budget for Department of Community of the Department of Transport and Community Safety, together with the annual performance plan and budget for Gateway Limited. It's one debate. It's combined. Thank you so much. We now refer to the speakers list. Honorable Ganye Rogers Munam, our Deputy Chief Whip. Maranaki kutoa Kanyani. Kanyani amalupe.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makurupeje, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mete Mamrovela, Honorable Premier, in absentia, Dr. Bopira Matuba, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chairpersons of the Portfolio Committees, Honorable members of this August House, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Manoko Mkhonyana and honorable members of the WIPARI, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Makhabu Mapoulo, the secretary of the legislature, and other staff members, the accounting officers present, and other invited guests. Madam Speaker, our former president, Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, once said, "Everyone can rise above circumstances and achieve success if they are dedicated to and passionate about what they do." Close quotes. It is noteworthy that the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety met with the department and GAL on the 3rd of July 2025 for briefing on the APPs and budget for the plan deliverables and financial allocation, and they further briefed us on the 2024 fourth quarter reports, which explicitly articulated achievement and challenges in attaining the objectives and targets as outlined in the approved annual performance plan and budgets. Madam Speaker, all APPs and budgets presented in this August House depict a brighter picture that this ANC-led province is poised for the development trajectory that reflects the steady progress in infrastructure investment, building cohesive, sustainable, and caring communities with improved access to social amenities, which is a precursor for sustainable livelihood. Undoubtedly, the ANC-led government has made substantial progress since 1994, and acknowledging that more still need to be done. We are emphatic that the APPs are not just expression of desired deliverables, but contracting documents with the respective portfolio committees. Hence, we are going to be more robust in ensuring that we move from the expression to practical action, which will have impactable contribution on the livelihood of our people. The 2025-2026 financial year APPs and budget must assist us to respond programmatically so that we don't incur unwanted expenditure, but tangible deliverables with clear-cut value for money projects and programs. The ANC resolved to good, clean, and accountable government has to find expression in how we translate these funded plans into practical action, transforming the socio-economic conditions of our people. We are also, Madam Speaker, raising this with the express convictions that the 2025-2026 financial year APPs of the Department of Transport and Community Safety and GAL will bring concrete intervention measures in meeting the primary objectives of rolling back the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This APP cannot be defined by hope alone, but by practical evidence of ANC government at work and in action. We are saying this, Honorable Speaker, that one of the priorities for this budget, Honorable MEC, is ensure that we complete or unblock all the blockages of Toyando intermodal facilities and the taxi rank. That's the clarion call that I think we are expected to do, but also enjoys and requires all our collaborative efforts to comprehensively address the overwhelming needs and expectations of our people. So we also wanted to take this opportunity and thanks and extend our profound sense of gratitude to the Honorable MEC Violet Mate for her stewardship of the department on its revenue enhancement drive of generating the highest revenue in the provincial fiscus for the period under review. But however, Honorable Speaker, as the Portfolio Committee, GAL performance is unforgivably cringe-worthy, causing feeling of acute embarrassment and awkwardness for its failure to achieve all the targets and experiencing chronic under-expenditure. And we don't want to see this improgrogio to recur unabated because is an embarrassment. And we say that we require to have a preventative accountability failures and ensure consequences management because the GAL cannot continue as business as usual. And the board of directors, as the accounting authority, must ensure that they exercise their fiduciary responsibilities and to undertake what we call re-engineering process and put together comprehensive and credible plans for ensuring that the airport, which was once the pride of our province, is revived and run sustainably. We call for the implementation of the financial sustainability turnaround plan of this 3D entity for its bankability, liquidity, and solvency. And it is incumbent upon us as our provincial legislature to sharpen and enhance oversight tools and capacity to ensure prudent utilization of public funds. Honorable Speaker, having considered the 2025-2026 APP and budgets for the Department of Transport and Community Safety, the Portfolio Committee accept the reports and recommend to this August House for consideration and adoption. I so move accordingly. Thank you.
Dr. Malevana, Dr. Slane, leskwele sekgowa sa vets mos. So it means our doctorates are not good enough until we go to vets. So that is the real one. And Honorable Manama, remember, is a lecture. He always remind us, sorry, vets. So say like school vets. So thank you for teaching us words every day. We learn something from you, Honorable Manama. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed, Honorable Marie. And you even saved our time. You completed in 7 minutes. Well done.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, the Premier in her absentia, the MECs that are here and those that are not here, honourable members and all our guests. Thank you for the opportunity to make comments on the 25-26 budget for the Department of Transport and Community Services and GAL. Let me start by applauding the 40 learners in the Motor Mechanical Learnership Program, and we hope this will assist those learners to find meaningful work. It is good news that there are now bus contracts for previously underserved areas. We hope that the department consult vigorously in these areas because these buses are now taking over business from other modes of transport, and this might fuel violence again. As far as the rail service is concerned, it is urgent that the department please engages with PRASA to enhance the ability of the railway line from Phalaborwa to Maputo. The mine trucks are destroying our roads. Taxpayers cannot continue to pay for the rehabilitation of the roads while the mines are taking all the profit. The result, predictable, and we don't want that, is an increase in motor vehicle accidents. The department is ideally suited to assist the communities adjacent to these roads to enforce road rules, as these truck drivers often act in lawless and very dangerous ways. Speaker, the DA is deeply concerned about the almost 153 million that is again wasted on GAL. Since GAL's establishment in 1995 as a state-owned company, it is still dependent on the government for its survival to date. For the past 8 years, the department has allocated GAL a total amount of more than 617 million rand. Speaker, it is time to close the tap on GAL. If it is unable to make a profit in the past 30 years, then there is no hope that anything will change. If the department is really serious to drive economic growth and create jobs, then how can the same department throw another 153 million at GAL? The DA warns about pouring money into the PR Limpopo and Siandani airports, especially since we still do not have a model to make Polokwane International profitable. The DA is hopeful that the investment in technology and other tools of trade for our traffic officials will yield good results. They are working hard, and we can see it in a reduction in accidents on our roads. After oversight to some police stations, the DA noticed that the CPF and community safety forums at all those police stations were active and that proper procedures were in place. Minutes of meetings, attendance registers are all available, and the members engage in activities in their communities. The same goes to the farm and town watch groups. These private citizens indeed contribute meaningful to rural safety, and we are thankful for those who give their time and energy to contribute towards safety. Let us all support all of those structures where we actually live. One of the areas where we are not doing well is gender-based violence. Thohoyandou is a crime hotspot, not only in Limpopo, but in South Africa. Thohoyandou is listed in South Africa top 30 stations 13 times. Concerning, Thohoyandou is prominent in 17 community-reported serious crime category and prominent in the sexual offences category, and is number 1 in sexual offences and rape in South Africa. Our province is really not doing well to combat and prevent rape. We have 4 police stations in the top 30 in South Africa. This is totally unacceptable. We can waste 153 million on an entity that does very little for the people of Limpopo, but we can't find a way to stop this massive onslaught against our women and children. That just doesn't make any sense. We must do better. We can see that the department is really trying to make a difference. Let us do what is best for the people of our province. I thank you.
You know I must make a competition of time management. Thank you so much. Honorable members are so good on time. Thanks. I'll now allow Honorable Baloyi Dunani to come to the podium.
Nikesini Dr. Mulana Speaker. Nishaweta member Queen MECs na premier wangarpona. Nishaweta leader Ramina Commissar Mapo. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned that the resolution are made for malicious compliance because nothing get to be done to resolve the prominent issue agreed between the committee and the department. How many responsible officials did the department hold accountable in the past 5 financial year for auditing findings that resulted in fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure? The wastage of taxpayer money continue to happen under the watchful eyes of the ANC government because no action is taken on officials who are found to be on the wrong side of the law. And we know why this is happening. It's because some of you here are the one who's sending them. It is public knowledge that the consequences management in the current administration does not apply, hence no cautions unabated. Honorable Speaker, just this month alone, more than 10 people have died due to road fatality in Limpopo. This is gravely concerning. Something drastic must be done about it. I know the MEC was here saying there's nothing that she can do because she cannot be inside the cars. So, but you must get the report whether those people, it was their own doing or it's because of the road. Can we get the progress report from the department on its commitment to achieve 30% reduction on road fatality and crashes? Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, can we get a breakdown on appointment of new members on community policing and safety forum across all 5 districts in the province? How many K53 projects has been completed? Where? And is it the responsibility of the department to make sure that the traffic service and accessible to the public of South Africa, especially in Limpopo? Honorable Speaker, this department, like all other departments in this province, has employees who fail to comply with the disclosure of financial interest while doing business with the government. Like I said, they won't do it because some of you here are sending them to do it. Can this House take us into confidence that correction measures are being taken to remedy this situation? How far is the department resolving the land availability challenge at Mampakwile Way Bridge? The slow pace of attending to this matter derailed the service delivery in this province, which continue to struggle with the service delivery backlog. Honorable Speaker, sporadic taxi violence in this industry continue to dent the image of this province. Half-time of the official and the politician are one who fuel violence by taking side instead of playing the role of the mediator? Did the department finalize the appointment of new subsidized basis service contract as per its own commitment? Majority of our people rely on public transport and from work daily to grow the economy of this province. Honorable Speaker, the Travel Girl should work towards diversity in its energy supply to ensure that continue operation at the airport with minimal disruption. The entity should be strengthen its safety and security measure at the airport, including the installation of the perimeter fence. As the board of directors developed the turnaround strategy which aligned with the annual performance plan, GAL should adhere to maintenance plan and ensure that it comply with all the requirements set by the SACA. As the department engage with the local and international carriers to initiate or to expand the air service to and from Limpopo throughout the financial year, the tendency to delay the implementation of important program in this province or in this department, and the target is a serious hindrance to our service delivery in this province. I thank you.
This is a real competition. Thank you very much. I'm so humble today. Honorable Livia. Honorable Kidiboni Livia, she's closing the debate.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Dr. Speaker. The minutes that you are appreciating, they're actually leaving it for the chair. Let me also rise on the protocol that has already been established, Speaker, and get straight to business of the day. The Honorable Speaker of the House, Fyodor Dostoevsky taught us, and I quote, "Above all, don't lie to yourself. The man who lies to himself and listens to his own lies comes to a point that he cannot distinguish the truth within him or around him, and so loses all respect for himself and for others. And moreover, Honorable Baloyi, Karl Marx taught us to disdain lies when he said, and I quote, 'Tell no lies and claim no easy victory,' close quote. The Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurupecha, this debate is dedicated to a congressman, a revolutionary par excellence, a real soldier of Mkhonto weSizwe, the spear of the nation, the armed wing of the Congress movement, born on the 10th of July, 1956, in Mamelodi, east of Pretoria. He left the country to join the ANC military wing in exile in October. After the student demonstrations of 1976, he received his military training in Angola and Mozambique. He returned to South Africa in 1977 on a mission to help students commemorating the 1976 demonstration. And en route to Soweto, unfortunately, the Honorable Speaker, his group was accosted by the police and a gunfight ensued. 2 civilians were killed, and he was captured along with Monty Mutloung, who was beaten to the point of severe brain damage. The 3rd member of the group, George Matlangu, managed to escape the then apartheid government, the regime itself. On the unfortunate Friday of the 6th of April, 1979, he walked 52 defiant steps to the gallows because of his belief, his resilience, and insistence that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and that the people of South Africa are not free until we attain the masses of the people are liberated from the shackles of unemployment, poverty, inequality, and economic bondage. His final words are reported to be, and I quote, "Tell my people that I love them and that they must continue to fight. My blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom." Aluta continua. His statue was unveiled in Mamelodi for all generations to acknowledge this great son of the soil. This is no other than the Honorable Speaker, Solomon Kalushi Mahlangu. Honorable the Speaker, back to business of the day. We met with the department and the entity GAL, and by extension, the South African Police Services, the Honorable the Speaker. And I must say, Honorable Manama has covered us so well when he spoke to most of the issues that we have spoken to in that meeting, both that we were happy about and that we were a bit worried about, but there's nothing that as a portfolio committee with our effective oversight and without fear of being contradicted or anything else, will continue playing on the department under the stewardship of Manana Susana Violet Mathieu. Honorable Speaker, one might ask us why. Okay, with these few minutes allocated to us, let me share a bit. The department achieved 0 fatalities on the N1 during Easter period. That is a good story to tell the Honorable the Speaker. And these collaborative efforts between the traffic officers at provincial level, the municipal officers, RTMC, and the guidance and visibility of our legislature officials and executive council, we managed to achieve that together. And this reminds me, the Honorable the Speaker, of the Latin phrase, and I open quote that says, quis custodiet imposos custodiet, close quotes. That translates to who will guard the guards themselves? Who will guard the motorists really? Safety is a choice we make, and unfortunately one that the MEC or the officials will not be able to continue further. Appointment of 147 officers is another effort to create jobs and to show commitment towards the reduction of road fatalities. The bus contract that has awarded Honorable Helm, I believe you had missed this, will assist the commuters, particularly from rural areas, to benefit from the subsidies. The bus fare will be reduced, of course, to close to nothing at the level of commuters as government continues to subsidize these trips. The Honorable the Speaker, the department is living to the hopes and aspirations of the Freedom Charter, that there shall be work and security. And our oversight, the Honorable Dr. Speaker, extends to the entity Gateway Airport Authority Limited, a thorn well in the hearts of others. But we believe as a portfolio committee, we should adequately look and assess if this entity was supposed to be a 3D entity. Because most of us seated here, honorable members, we don't fly at Gateway Airport. We drive down the N1, we go and fly for OR Tambo. But if all of us seated here are to fly from the airport here, we'll be able to assist them. And another thing, the honorable members of the Executive Council, when you go and welcome the stars, you go to OR Tambo International Airport, but we have an airport at the background. So from now on, Honorable MEC of Sports, Maseko, when he fetches the stars of our province, they must connect from OR Tambo and come and we fetch them here in Gateway Airport. That will assist us in generating an income, honorable members. And the Honorable the Speaker, there are good stories that GAL has told us, and unfortunately the Honorable Member was not in that meeting because he would have known that they are intense in finance, in IT, in marketing, and this is through the MOUs. This will not cost the government department anything. This will not cost the entity any cent due to the MOU that the ANC's efforts of intergovernmental relations is at play. And there are 9 new employees, the Honorable the Speaker, because we also what we have noted is lack of capacity in the entity. And lastly, the introduction of the new airline will assist us to attract reasonable and affordable prices to passengers, the Honorable the Speaker. And as we draw towards conclusion, Honorable Mabucha has stressed on the national catastrophe that is in the public domain now. Now, let me, with my 2 minutes and 49 seconds, the Honorable the Speaker, tell you about our very own Mama Action, Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Tembira Debe. Let me use also these last few minutes to tell you of a legendary team that is tagged Team No Sleep, that is led by a detective whose name sends shivers down the spines of the province's most hardened criminals, with the ever-ready and unshaken knight, Colonel Sotlo Richard Boshoman, commander of both the Provincial Investigation Unit and Provincial Tracking Team, that had transformed law enforcement in this province through sheer determination, tactical brilliance, and unwavering commitment to justice, the Honorable the Speaker. One might ask, what is this team no sleep? Well, let me share with you in my last minute, the Honorable the Speaker, some of the good stories. In 2016, when Limpopo was plagued with a wave of cash in transit robberies, provincial management turned to Colonel's team for solution. The results were nothing short of remarkable. His team no sleep dismantled sophisticated CIT robbery networks, pavement robbery gangs, ATM bombings operation, and car hijacking syndicates. The statistics speak volume, the Honorable the Speaker. In a single year, this team have arrested 335 CIT suspects, recovered 308 firearms, including 70 high-powered rifles, and retrieved 310 stolen vehicles. The combined sentences for criminals convicted through their investigations exceeded an astonishing 1,000 years of imprisonment, solving Limpopo's most notorious cases. So, the Honorable the Speaker, we are not only talking, but we see that we have our own mama action in our province, led by the Honorable MEC, or reporting therefore, Manana Violet Susanna Mate. The Honorable the Speaker, in conclusion, the proposed initiatives that are planned for GAL, we will definitely be playing an oversight to check if they are going to be able to do to what they have promised us and the people of Limpopo, to see that GAL finds its way back in the Limpopo skies and elsewhere. And the Honorable the Speaker, this brings us to the end of this debate. And with my 8 seconds, I'd like to, for consideration and adoption, and also for the August House, to support the budget of the Department of Transport and its entity, GAL. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
On the dot, 10 minutes. On the dot. Thanks, Chair. We shall now allow the MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Manana Susan Violet Mate, to come and make a reflection on the debate by honorable members. Manana Susane, nkari wangwin.
Inkom, Madam Speaker. Nakubulaku, Honorable Monama, as well as Honorable the Chairperson have said a mouthful, which makes my job easier. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Portfolio Committee for their robustness, which makes the department to try by all means to make sure that all the projects that we have planned are completed. Hence, I'm saying Honorable Monama and the Chairperson have covered me already. To Honorable Helm and Honorable Baloi, you talked much about GAL. I think during our last meeting, as the MEC and my group who gave you the strategic plans which will make GAL to be, someone's talking. Okay, Honorable Mapolo is say, before I can say the last word, then she has said to be stable. So we have already advertised the replacement of the new boards. So those of you who have got interest and the skill that are needed, you are welcome to can apply so that we can turn GAL around together. We don't, when I say it talks about aviations and other things. I don't think we do have engineers here. We have only 3 doctors. I'm talking about engineers. Thank you so much. And on the issue of Siandani, Baloi talked about Siandani and the people. Let me say with Siandani is a non-starter. Let us not talk about Siandani. The land itself is under land claim. So for those who understand X more than I do,
will know that when a land or a certain area is under land claim, there's no activity that's going to take place. So whatever you are reading from your social media, whatever that people are saying that we don't want development in that area, they're lying. They're hiding behind their fingers. So we're not going to deal with Sandan as far as I'm concerned. The issue of people also, we are not saying people is going to be starting to work tomorrow. We have advertised for consultation to say, how can you help us as consultants to make sure that all the old airports are functional again? We are not saying people will be running tomorrow. And 3 minutes is gone. So then the other issue of fatalities on the roads, what are our strategies, MEC? We have got a 24/7 strategy, which was busy doing it. Whether you like it or not, you have seen it during Easter holidays, that strategy works. So we're still going to do that to save our people, the people of Limpopo. I thank you so much.
Akensa manani mate amngashiboni screen asitwisisa. Now we'll proceed, honorable members, to the next debate, 7.1.4, consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee of Education Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Education, I present for consideration and adoption by the House the 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan and the budget of the Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? And Tate Nkonyan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to Honorable Jump. I stand to second the proposal, the move as proposed by Honorable Rahwal. Thank you, Speaker.
Setokoza. Thank you so much. We shall now refer, order, honorable members. Order, please. We shall now refer to the speakers list. The speakers list, Honorable Hassani Pitangoveni, Ivo bapfula ku debate ya namuntlha abate bata ipfulela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Your new member is already calling orders. I don't wonder where UAT people buy their suits, because even the previous member was wearing funny. Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makurupeja, and of course allow me to also write on the protocols that are already established. Honorable Munama, I will check the weight, because when I was still in the Youth League, there was a fellow who used to tell us that the situation here is cantankerous. The situation is cantankerous, and when I checked, that thing was not there. But I hope and believe this one does exist. It is with great honor, Honorable Speaker, privilege and a sense of responsibility I apologize, Honorable Speaker.
And you are now left at 8 minutes, 30 seconds.
Which will only take 5 minutes, Speaker. I don't know. It is with great honor, privilege, and a sense of responsibility that I stand here this morning not only as a voice of Limpopo's children, but as a defender of their rights to dignity, safety, and quality education. I specifically take this posture, Honorable Speaker, precisely because I know as much as you do that these children are not only our future, but our present responsibility. Therefore, we must do all that is humanly possible and necessary to provide an environment that is conducive, an environment that will enable a learning and teaching that is credible. I'm immediately reminded, Honorable Speaker, of the extraordinary words by Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, Isitalandwe, Nobel Peace Laureate, a member of the Mapungubi, Dalibunga, when he said, and I quote, "We judge a nation by how it treats its children," close quotes. These children must, in the foreseeable future, help answer the questions. One, what needs to be done to eradicate once and for all pit latrines as only available sanitation in some schools? Two, what are strategic and community-driven programs required to help mitigate drug abuse in schools? Three, how to move with agility in accelerating infrastructural development. These and many other questions require collective wisdom and critical thinking, for they are not easy to answer. You can't resolve them merely by throwing billions of rands at them, but you can resolve them by planning correctly. It requires transparent and time-bound plans on how to better replace pit latrines with safe and dignified ablution blocks, and to rehabilitate crumbling classrooms. And I will come and deal with these matters in greater detail later, Honorable Speaker. The Department of Education's allocation for the 2025-2026 financial year amounts to 42,529,000,000. At the risk of sounding too academic, I will not traverse all the 7 programs in the department. I will, however, focus mainly on programs or program 6, which is infrastructure development. This program, Honorable Speaker, is allocated 1,662,000,000 of the total budget. It is my considered view and that of the department, a portfolio committee, that infrastructure development has the sharp propensity to extricate our children from undignified pit latrines, crumbling classrooms, and water infrastructure that yields little or no water. Through this budget, the department must go some lengths in investing in water and sanitation systems, connectivity for digital learning, and the maintenance of buildings that have long passed their usable life. Honorable Speaker, specifically in this regard, allow me to speak a bit about few observations we made during Back to School campaign we undertook earlier this year. When we were at Setutolwane Special School in Capricorn District, we learned firsthand the appalling conditions under which teaching and learning takes place. Hostels are overcrowded, mobile classes dilapidated, and so on. Of importance to note is the fact that for far too long, this school of the deaf and the blind have always been housed by Huiti Secondary School. Certainly, Honorable Speaker, Honorable MEC, something must be done to correct the situation. There is a school in Sukukune South District, Mongolwane Secondary School. This school, Honorable Speaker, is in the dusty village called Lotung, under Lepelle Circuit. Just like Setotolwane, the school has no adequate classrooms, ablution facilities, and offices. Regardless of its location and appalling infrastructure, what makes the school so excellent is leadership. The men and women in this school under Principal Mawani are hard at work, hence the 100% pass rate in the 2024 metric results. It is our wish, it is the wish of the committee that these types of inspiring stories must inform how the department prioritizes schools for infrastructure development. Are we, MEC, bangwateleng tlhogo ya tšie le bona ke bana ba motho. Honorable Speaker, while we acknowledge the above stated challenges, we wish to take this moment to commend the department under the esteemed leadership of Mabungule Rule Ramakanya for the good progress they continue to register on completing such schools as Matsibe Secondary and Sauswe Primary in the Waterberg District, Riboni Secondary School, Sibueng Primary School, and the Halaupeng Primary in the Sekhukhune District. Further, there are many other projects across the province that are nearing completion. Continue the good work, you and your team, Honorable MEC, in making sure that you deliver these key services to our people in the province. I'm quite certain that everyone seated in this August House will agree with me without dissent that ANC-led government, under the enabling and action-driven leadership of Honorable Singo, Dr. Popi Ramatova, will succeed in delivering services to the people of Limpopo. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to request this August House to consider and adopt this annual plan and budget. I so move accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Indeed, you managed your time. DA, I see Honorable Smiley here. Who's taking over? Honorable Wilson, over. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am reading on behalf of the Honourable Smaller, who is still in bed recovering from surgery. Honourable Speaker, like many speakers before me, we are continuously reminded of the spirit and values of Nelson Mandela, who dedicated his life to the pursuit of equality, justice, and peace. His unwavering commitment to human rights, community development, and social justice remains a guiding light for us all. As we celebrate Mandela Month, we are reminded of his belief that each of us has the power to effect change in our communities, regardless of how small these actions may seem. And yes, at times, we do have to be the voice of the voiceless. With this in mind, we should take notice of the fact that the Department of Education in this province is the cornerstone of our society and bears a great responsibility as it lays the foundation for about 1.5 million learners and employs about 55,000 people. As one evaluates the performance of the department and its APP, it's important to remind the department of its core mandate to provide quality education in a conducive environment. The department's allocation for the 25-26 financial year is 42.5 billion, with 32.5 billion allocated for compensation of employees. This huge commitment to paying personnel leaves limited resources to provide a quality learning experience. During the last year, the department's underspent its budget by 722 million and could not complete 155 of its infrastructure projects. This is concerning, considering the ever-increasing pressures for classrooms and other infrastructure every year. In an undersourced province like Limpopo, we cannot afford to leave monies unspent. While it is our hope that the allocation of the 52.5 million for Maths and Science Technology grant will continue the performance in these subjects, we equally hope we do not have a repeat of the 18 million that was underspent on the MST grant previously. The public ordinary school education program is allocated 35 billion. The allocation for the National School Nutrition Program must see schools delivering on food on time, receive appropriate quality food products, and consequences for suppliers who fail to meet these standards. It is crucial the commitment to realize the 10 output indicators which address the fundamentals for effective teaching through supply of teachers meeting the demand. Teacher development to ensure teacher subject knowledge and methodology are up to and ensure that they are up to standard, and timely provision of learner-teacher support material must be met. Anything less will be a failure on your part, MEC. Not enough is being done to ensure we maintain a conducive learning environment within our public special schools. The vacancies in special schools, neglect of infrastructure, and delay of resourcing of these schools has been a challenge over the years, and is characterized by the 26 special school buses not delivered. The 775 million should be efficiently used to improve conditions and learning outcomes in special schools. And we should be as proactive as possible in reacting to their needs, as we are similarly with public ordinary schools. The current situation with regards to the COE is one that needs urgent attention. Urgent attention now to avoid problems further down the line. The savings over the MTEF is meant for vacant funded posts as per the new organization structure, which will be filled in the next 2 financial years. A report indicated that if we consider the head count on the calculation, which is based on full notch per head, there is no savings annually over the MTF, given that each post has an expenditure for all 12 months. The shortfall over the MTF what is the plan to deal with this situation without compromising the quality of learning in our schools? The allocation of 990 million for early childhood development, along with the intention of the department to attract more learners and formal grade R schools, as well as enrolling grade R practitioners with tertiary institutions to increase the number of qualified practitioners, is commendable. And these efforts need to be intensified to improve the standard of ECD in Limpopo. Overall, I think that we are seeing an improvement in the education and certainly a better response to education needs, but a lot still needs to be done. I thank you, Speaker.
On the dot, Honorable Wilson, thank you so much. Honorable Mlapo. Samuel Walter. Walter Samuel Mlapo, Honorable Member. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Leader of the Official Opposition, Commissar Mapoulo, the Whip of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Commissioner Hutazo in her absence, members of the EFF across the province, and the people of Limpopo. Madam Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighter stands to reject the 2025-2026 education budget vote of this corrupt ANC government of Limpopo. The rejection of this anti-black poor budget is premised on the fact that the 42.5 billion budget fails to prioritize the following 7 critical areas in our basic education system. Number 1, the school infrastructure development, more especially the infrastructure of our 2 public special schools, namely the Stotolwane and Rivoni special schools. 2, the establishment of ECD centers in all wards in our province. 3, the eradication of pit toilets. 4, the digital connectivity in our rural schools. 5, the safe and reliable scholar transport. 6, the healthy and reliable feeding scheme. Lastly, filling of the 2,447 critical vacant positions in this department. The economic freedom fighters cannot support a budget which is a mere tick box exercise that will not address serious challenges faced by our education system. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Basic Education in Limpopo has consistently failed to spend conditional grants given to it. In particular, the Math, Science and Technology grant, which is meant to help our children to improve in critical subjects such as Math, Science and Technology. The budget must be rejected, Madam Speaker, because it fails to address safety in our public schools. The public schools continue to be crime scene, where the safety of both our teachers and learners is not guaranteed. Many schools still struggle with water infrastructure and sanitation. This budget vote does not deal with that matter. Madam Speaker, the budget fails to address existential crisis of overcrowding in all our schools in the province. The teacher-learner ratio has reached a crisis level. We want to take this opportunity as economic freedom fighters to urge the MEC of Education to procure and deliver temporary mobile classrooms to all needy schools before 2026. The EFF is not going to allow a situation where parents and learners are turned back next year, January, on the basis that there are no spaces in our schools. This budget fails to prioritize capacity building of teachers in the ECD sector and infrastructure development of our ECD centers. It is disappointing, Madam Speaker, that only 160,000 kids are enrolled in our registered ECD centers. This means that many of our children in the province are excluded from early childhood development. The EFF demands that all ECD practitioners in Limpopo must be appointed on a permanent basis so that they can enjoy all the benefits that other teachers are enjoying, benefits such as housing allowance and medical aid. Honorable Speaker, it is unacceptable that in this digital world, almost all black schools in this province lack connectivity, and the MEC of ANC government has not dedicated enough resources to make sure that our schools are connected. This disadvantages our children to compete globally. Honorable Speaker, the state of public special schools in our province is bad and dehumanizing. This situation is a clear indication the African National Congress government is paying a lip service when it comes to building an inclusive education and training system as per the Education White Paper 6. On the 15th of January 2025, I, together with my colleagues in the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education, conducted an oversight visit to Totolan Special School, which is situated in Mankweng. The school admitted Madam Speaker, admitted about 254 learners, obviously with severe, profound intellectual disabilities. During our oversight visit, Madam Speaker, we found that the school had no water. It only had access to water the past 2 years. The learners in that school, Madam Speaker, for them to drink and bath, they must buy water. Toilets were not functioning. The temporary mobile classes that are there are dilapidated. The principal, the teachers were under severe stress, Madam Speaker. I know it is a joke on this side. And then those kids, some of them cannot see. Madam Speaker, the kids are blind, and it was so painful to be given a demonstration on how they go to toilets, where those toilets are blocked and they must use their hands to search as to whether it is water or feces. And our kids are subjected to that nonsense. And I know, Madam Speaker, that this side they will continue to make jokes about our kids. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The budget must be rejected for being silent on plans to address the problems that are confronted in Stutulan and Rivoni Special School. 37 million that is allocated to learners with severe, profound intellectual disabilities is an insult to the people of Limpopo. The budget must be rejected for allocating a lot of money for independent schools while our public schools are lacking infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the economic freedom fighters stands here to urge the MEC of Education. I thought they are just howling, Madam Speaker. They can raise the order.
An order. Please sit down for now, Honorable Member. Firstly, I've requested you to apologize to the House that you have used a word which is unparliamentary in terms of the rules. Nonsense.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will rephrase. There is no sense in what they are doing. Let's move. Okay, of course, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Can Honorable Mlapa withdraw and not rephrase? Can you withdraw first, then put it correctly, but start by withdrawing? Thank you, Speaker. Withdraw the word nonsense, then put the one that is correct.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for not ruling on that point of order that has got no sense.
Phrase.
You said there is no sense in what they are doing. That is what you want. Oh, I deleted, Comrade Mapulu. That is proper. Madam Speaker, the feeding scheme, scholar transport, school furniture tenders are a fertile ground for corruption in this department. The department, Madam Speaker, is forever in and out of courts, wasting taxpayers' money, defending indefensible cases. If it is not a dispute regarding the feeding scheme, it is a poor woman who's asking for justice for her child who might have fell in a toilet. Or it is a local business person. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to take this opportunity to respond to the Premier of this province on her remark that our people must be arrested for drinking water. We are not going to do that as EFF. We are not going to call police to come and arrest our people for drinking water. There is nothing called illegal connection. There is unauthorized connection. And our people will connect themselves to the system and drink water. We are not going to dehumanize our people. We are not going to criminalize our people for drinking water. We reject that with contempt. To the MEC of Health, she must know that the EFF is not going to rest on the allegations that are making rounds in the media that during the Premier of this province reign as the MEC of Education, as MEC of Health, there is 400 million that was squandered. We are going to raise that until the end. Thank you very much.
The time of debating the health will come. If you missed it, hard luck. Today we're debating education. Thank you so much. Let's proceed and allow the chair of the committee, Honorable Nkakareng Rakhwale, Christian Nkakareng Rakhwale, the chair of the Committee of Education.
Christian. It's so unfortunate that while you are watched by the whole people of Limpopo, Honorable Molapo, you encourage lawlessness. It's so quite unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Grace Makrupeja and the Deputy Speaker, Mima Mrobela, the Honorable Premier in absentia, Dr. Popi, Honorable Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Members, let me try to save my time. Honorable Wilson, I'm sure while you were reading the speech, you could hear the calmness of Honorable Smiley in that speech. I think that's how we address issues. I think you have learned something. Madam Speaker, last night I went through my archives and got one notebook that I used to write important things during my youth politics, and learned that today, the 10th of July, 1960, was the day wherein the African National Congress was effectively banned in South Africa as a result of the government response to anti-apartheid protest. This came after the significant event known as the Sharpeville Massacre, which occurred on the, on the 21st of March 1960. During that protest against past laws, police opened fire on a crowd, killing 69 people and injuring many others. Since then, July 10 has not been recognized as a major date, has been recognized as a major date in the African National Congress history, but it serves as a poignant reminder of the struggles faced by our biggest liberation movement in their fight for freedom and equality that together with Honorable Mapoulo, we continue to enjoy today. This piece of information is important to us all in order to avoid mistakes such as the one Floyd and others in this house are doing. It is a constant reminder that education is not a preparation for life. Education is life itself, as said by John Dewey. Honorable Munama, you must help me to get a word that will describe a person who go to a portfolio committee, adopt the report, and come to the house and reject it. I'm looking for that word. If you can help me with that word, I'll be the happiest member in this house. Honorable members, the Department of Education, reported that the overall conditional grant spending at the end of Q4 of the 2024-2025 financial year was 3.6 billion or 97.90% of the total adjusted allocation of 3.4 billion. It was found that under-expenditure of conditional grants was attributed to non-conclusion of procurement of coding and robotic kits of math, science and technology MST grants, insufficient budget allocation of compensation of employees in national nutrition, school nutrition program, high attrition, late submission of invoices for school furniture, for mobile classrooms, and delays in the appointment of chemical service provider for early childhood development centers, grant, late appointment of casual laborers and data capturers of EPWP incentive grants, and delayed appointments of learner support agents and frequent resignation of HIV/AIDS life skills grants. Honorable MEC, underspending in the education department can pose several significant dangers and challenges that can adversely affect the quality of education and the overall educational ecosystem. To mitigate these challenges, the committee recommended that Education Department must establish effective financial planning, transparent reporting process, and a robust monitoring and evaluation system. On early childhood development, the committee, having considered and scrutinized the departmental 2025-26 annual performance plan, recommends that the department should ensure that the targets are outlined as the APP are achieved on time. The committee further recommended that the department should have proper strategic objectives to improve their audit outcomes and to achieve the goals they had set in their 5-year plan. It must be noted that the members and voters, that the leadership of both government and the ANC Limpopo takes the education of the children very serious, and therefore education shall at all costs be deliberately given priority. The ANC believes that the state must not be the only sole provider of education at any level. It is a societal matter, and therefore parents and communities must be primary custodians of the education system. The state, parents, communities, employees should assume joint responsibility for education of our children. Madam Speaker, as a member of the ANC, I'll be failing in my objective assessment of the performance of the Department of Education if I do not consider that the inroads have been made in the delivery of some quality education to our learners. It is through education that individuals acquire skills that make them employable and equip them to access opportunities that improve their lives. Producing quality learners requires a quality learning environment. We need quality schools with adequate infrastructure, enough classrooms, suitably qualified educators, sanitation, electricity, water, and sporting facilities. This 2025-26 annual performance plan is affording us the opportunity to holistically look at the department's capacity to deliver on its mandate. On independent schools, the program was allocated 175.5 million of the total budget, which enabled the department to support independent schools in accordance with the South African Schools Act. Admittedly, there are several schools, even in these provinces, which have always stood out in shining examples of excellence with their commendable results. But these are the exemptions rather than the rule. This begs the question, what went wrong? There are many causes such as lack of infrastructure and unsatisfactory provision of learning and teaching materials. But let me focus on the quality of the relevant teachers. Many of our teachers have not been adequately reskilled and indebted to cope with incessant revisions of the curriculum, which culminated recently in CAPS. Given uncertainty relating to foreign national teachers' qualifications at Highland Secondary School in Bakersford, the committee recommends that the department should, in the process of monitoring and assessing eligibility of independent schools, ensure that Highland School is visited to check negligence that has been detected at the school. On school transport, learner transport is still not enough and problematic at some stage. We still believe that learner transport fund can be well managed within the Department of Education. We are happy that the two departments have eventually seen the need to bring this project to the department. We're expecting to see this program being fast-tracked, especially in the needy schools. There's a major blow on the very same school that was mentioned by Honorable Ngobeni regarding the transport. There is nearby school that was closed due to learners' roll and learners travel through the bush to access Molwezi Secondary School in the village called Mogaladi in Skukun. Many learners have to walk long distances to school in order to access education. The failure by the Department of Education and the Department of Transport to provide safe transport violates learners' rights to education and enshrined in the Section 29 of the Constitution. The committee called on the MEC to do an assessment of schools in the province in which schools are required to traverse along the bush in order to get to access education. Safety in schools. We are saying safety in our schools remains a concern. Teachers and learners are victimized and killed within the school premises in broad daylight because the school security measures are weak. As the committee, we recommend that discipline to both learners and educators must be retained to school. Respect for authority and respect for the profession must be reintroduced. We must bring back a culture of accountability throughout the system at educators and management levels. The current people providing security in schools are merely gatekeepers without firearms. We have noticed that even the wonderful and painstakingly constructed schools in our communities are subjected to burglaries because of weak security measures in our schools. We therefore urge the MEC to consider this and find ways of addressing it. In conclusion, it is the role of the state in every country to ensure that education is provided under circumstances that are conducive or effective. Teaching and learning to take place. The department must continue with the process of lobbying and encouraging learners to take up teaching as a career of choice. Bursaries are available to finance this nationwide as the Funza Lushaka scheme is available. Lastly, the committee, having considered the 2025-2026 annual performance plan report for the Department of Education, recommends to the House to accept the report as the department should comply with the recommendations of committee as indicated above. Honorable Speaker, I therefore move on behalf of the committee that this report be adopted as the report of this August House. And also, this House must also realize the fact that according to the EFF, through the mouth of Honorable Mulapo, they should not be learning and teaching this financial year. I so move accordingly, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Order. Order.
Okay, you raise a hand and I acknowledge you. Let's hear. Let's hear.
Speaker. Thanks very much. I don't think it is parliamentary that a person will stand here and start to lie about another member. The member that just left the podium is talking lies. She's not coding our speech properly. And I call upon you, Madam Speaker, to request her to withdraw her lies. Thank you very much.
I will suggest, because I will not know, can I make a ruling? I will suggest that we all get the recording of the proceedings. Honorable Mlapo will do in writing to the Speaker, which are part of the areas where he feels sorry the other member was lying, and we'll hear the response and we'll be able to report back to the House. Thank you so much. Can we now proceed, honorable members? Can we now allow the Honorable, the MEC of Education, Honorable Mabungo Leruli Maureen Leruli Ramakanya, Honorable Mabungo Maureen Leruli Ramakanya, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makrupecha, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, colleagues, Honorable MECs, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members, the Honorable Chief Whip and the Whipari, and all members in the August House. Thank you so much for the support to the Department of Education. And I want to put it clear that the Department of Education is a home of 1.8 million learners in the province. Our educators' basket is of 51,752 with 200 posts on an ad hoc stand-in. And our ECD learners are currently, those that we have recorded up to now, is 138,226. And our target for our ECD learners is 184,000 by the end of the financial year. So those that prepare speech for the honorable members should do the correct research. It is with humbleness that I take the podium to thank this House for passing the budget. It had an item for winter enrichment classes, and as I speak, we are on the last week of the classes, and our learners, the children, your children and your great-grandchildren have braved the coldness on winter to attend the classes. All subjects were taught because we had a plan and you approved our budget. We had both walk-in and sleepover centers around the province, and we have visited the centers and the children were ready. On infrastructure, honorable members, I know we all talked about Situtulwane. The plan is there. We have progressed. It is under our implementing agent on the Department of Public Works, and we have provided 80 school furniture, 3 mobile classrooms, and we have also paid the electricity bill. We have also bought the mattresses, and all the other issues are being addressed. We have also started to make sure that sanitation in our schools is provided with the water. We have signed an MOU with the Department of Police to start to talk the debate of safety on our learners and our educators to the schools. We also want to say 2025 is a year of academic excellence and teacher development and implementation of the Bella Act. So training has already started in all our 10 districts. We understand, Honorable Speaker, the ideology of other institutions are forced to use words like crisis, disappointing, demand, but because we are a Department of Education, we are going to take them positively, change them under the capable ANC-led government, and we continue to change the lives of our learners. We want to take this time, Honorable Speaker, to thank the Chair, the committee, the House, for passing the budget. Education is a societal matter. Every child is a national asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must declare that the Honorable MEC is my scone. So although it's not used in the legislature, we use it outside. So when she says scone, I mustn't be seen to be not accepting it. Honorable members, in terms of the orders of the day, we are now at item 8, Item 8, Honorable Mate.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to be clarified because I've looked into the Speaker's list and I'm confused unless if you will be in a position to clarify me, particularly with the item that is following. I'm seeing something written jump here. I'm not sure what is happening here. Whether is this? Yeah, I just want clarity because I'm confused.
Honorable Mate, you are out of order because you didn't listen to my opening remarks. Yeah. If you didn't listen to my opening remarks, then let me call you to order because I formally welcomed Honorable Sibotoma as a new member that was sworn in this morning, representing the UAT. Is his name? Yeah. Yeah. The surname, his name is Jump. And you know, Honorable Sibotoma, you will learn to have a friend. At least today you know who your friend is. Honorable Mate, because you and him share a name. Matsoban. So don't be surprised when he's very worried because he thought he's himself. No, Aguishishuri. And he doesn't have the name called Jump. What is it that is happening? What is happening is you have got a unalibi itokamo. The surname is Motoma and the names are Matsubani Jump. So can we now proceed, honorable members? We are proceeding to the tribute by political parties to the late David Dawete Mabuza, the former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, who unfortunately passed on the 3rd of July 2025. The President of South Africa, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, has accorded him a state funeral category 2, which will happen on Saturday, the 12th July 2025 in Mpumalanga. We are now going to allow the political parties to do this because he was our former deputy state president. That's why he's even receiving the state funeral, which is done by soldiers, not even by the police. So on that note, we will not waste time, honorable members. We are now going to go direct to we know that there will be members who will be going to the funeral. We wish you all the best, travel safely, but we felt that not all of us will be able to attend. Therefore, as Limpopo, we can honor him through this net debate. And we thank you, Chief Whip, and the Whipari and the programming for thinking of one of our own, the former Deputy President. On that note, we'll move directly to the speaker's speaker's list. Allow our new member who's going to do his inaugural speech today to come, Tate Honorable Svotoma Matsubani Champ. Honorable Mate Simon Matsubani will now know that there is another Matsubani in the legislature. Thank you so much.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy that I've got my namesake here. But unfortunately, it's not Jump. His seat, maybe, I'm Jump. Thank you very much. Getting to the bottom of the matter here, Honorable Speaker, from the UAT, we would like to celebrate the life of Comrade Didi Mabuza, who is the former Deputy President of South Africa and Mpumalanga Premier. This leader made a significant contribution to the country, particularly in education and infrastructure development. To note just some of the achievements that he made in education, he did a lot to eradicate farm schools and replace them with state-of-the-art boarding schools in Mpumalanga. And his education, he was also involved in education advocacy. As a former educator himself, Mabuza remained passionate about education, establishing the Didi Mabuza Foundation to support educational initiatives and uplift vulnerable groups. He was also influential in the infrastructure development, where he implemented the significant infrastructure development in Pumalanga during his tenure as Premier. He was also instrumental in service delivery, where he was tasked with leading the rapid response intervention on service delivery and troubleshooting in service delivery hotspots as Deputy President. We also, as the UAT, want to recognize the role that he played by promoting social cohesion initiatives, including being patron of the moral regeneration movement. He also played a very important leadership role, and which the UAT would like to recognize as well. He served as a leader of the government business in Parliament. On the land reform, he led the government efforts to fast-track land reform and coordinated programs to accelerate land reform and agricultural support. Yes, Didi Mabuza was a man of his own stature, great stature. Unlike some of members of this esteemed house who would like to make them turn themselves into mini Mugabes, Honorable Didi Mabuza bowed out without aspiring to become the member, to become the Deputy President. Kani ma'am?
Kan mambo, ra leboga, Tate Matsobane. This was an inaugural speech, and we really thank you so much. We know that we'll be with you in other debates from next week on other matters. Honorable Velile Jack, oh, he has left. As alone. Okay. MK has left. Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, death, particularly a sudden and unprepared for death, is deeply traumatic. With all passing, particularly the sudden ones, there are consequences. Not for the person who has passed, but for the living, those who are left behind. Those who have passed are on a new path and find themselves on a new journey. We have not experienced it, but I'm sure it must be an amazing one. However, for those who are left behind, the families, the friends, the colleagues, they suddenly find themselves in a limbo. Life feels like it has suddenly stopped in its tracks. There is a huge amount of despair, an overwhelming sense of grief and loss, and a future of sudden uncertainty. Didi Mabuza and his wife were congregants at the Methodist Church in Bombela, where my mother worships. We have seen them there often. Mrs. Mabuza may indeed rest assured that Didi is indeed on a new and wonderful path and journey of renewal. Our hearts go out to her and their family, their many friends, and of course the hundreds of colleagues, many of whom sit in these benches, who will be distraught, hurting, and suffering a deep sense of loss. Along with them, there is a whole country who was shocked and shaken by the loss of a long-serving servant of the people. In death, I say this on behalf of his family. Our lives go on without you, but nothing is the same. We have to hide our heartache when someone speaks your name. Sad are the hearts that love you, silent are the tears that fall. Living here without you is the hardest part of all. You did so many things for us. Your heart was kind and true. And when we needed someone, we could always count on you. The special years will not return when we are all together, but with love in our hearts, you will walk with us forever. We express our deepest condolences to the Mabuza family, the friends and the colleagues of the Mabuza family, and South Africa as a whole. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Very welcoming tribute. We'll now allow the leader of the opposition in the legislature representing the EFF, Honorable Mapoulo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker, Makurupecha, and my colleagues in the House in the absence of the Premier, and my fellow fighters. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is saddened and devastated by the untimely passing of the former Deputy President of South Africa, Mr. Dabete Mabuza. This country will forever be indebted for his contribution to South Africa's liberation and development. We sincerely extend our sympathies to his wife, children, extended family, comrades in the African National Congress, as well as the people of South Africa at large. David Mabuza was not just a politician, but he was a community builder who valued education, and he had a deep desire to see a black child being emancipated through education. His passion for education of a black child was his biggest legacy in his entire political life. And remember, this is the man who joined the liberation struggle in the 80s when it was not fashionable. His home and his house in particular was a home of freedom fighters, those that were crossing the borders without passport and visas. They know that they will reach a place called Mabuza's house. He built schools in Mpumalanga and contributed to the conceptualization and the ultimate building of the University of Mpumalanga. Sharing his meal with indigenous people and students, and sponsored many students to school. During his early political life, Mabuza became of a generation that fought tirelessly for a black liberation. He never liked to show opulence and assisted all who knocked at his door. Mabuza, a teacher by profession, contributed meaningfully and immensely as an educator and later as a political organizer, a prolific soccer player, those who doesn't know. He was an activist who changed the lives of many people, both as a teacher through his activism and at a later stage, the Premier of Mpumalanga. During his days as MEC of Education, he will go out and kick gates of white schools and to admit black children. That was cared for you. His leadership qualities were quite evident early in his life during his days in Azaso and Satu, as well as his broader role in mass mobilization efforts. Mabuza's grassroots activism, his national prominence is recorded in the history books of South Africa political landscape, and it will eternally stand out as his legacy. Though Mabuza only served one term in his office and never ascended to the presidency, he never placed personal ambitions above the duties of his office. Many in this house would have placed their personal ambitions above their calling of selflessly serving our people. Leadership is about putting the interest of the people before us. He wanted unity at all costs and disbanded the factional Premier League of Ace and Supra, if you all recall. David Mabuza was not a selfish leader. He was a true revolutionary whose political philosophy and activism penetrated through the hearts of the poorest of the poor. When he fell out of favor with his party, he did not use political challenges as a reason to destabilize the country. He instead bowed out of public office with grace and clear sense of duty to the Republic, not like others that we see in other provinces. As the EFF, we honor David Mabuza for being part of the generation of black South Africans who stood up in the face of violent regime. David Mabuza's legacy extend far beyond the titles he held. Known for his humility and quiet strength, he navigated South Africa's complex political terrain with a focus of service rather than personal gain. His decision to step away from public office in 2023, despite his prominence, underscored his commitment to stability and unity. His nickname, the Cat, hinted in his ability to survive political storm like myself, including internal ANC factionalism. Is myself. He was detained under state of emergency several times and tortured. He died with one ear not hearing, well due to torture by John Walters, a brutal apartheid special branch house or office in Nelspruit, like John Foster Square in Joburg. In 2015, he survived an alleged poisoning attempt, an incident that highlighted the risk he faced as a leader. Yet he remained steadfast, focusing on education, healthcare, economic upliftment in Mpumalanga and beyond. May David Dabete Mabuza rest in revolutionary peace. Lalangotolo Dabete. I'm speaking of a man that I had interaction with. I'm speaking of a man who I was in the trenches with. I don't speak of a friend of a boozer. I'm speaking of a friend who carried AK-47. I speak of a friend who fought for this land without any ambitions to come and be rich. But the majority that you are here so that you can go and line up your pairs. David Mabuza, Lalangotolo, Kabane Lalangotolo, Socha.
Thank you so much. You were within your time. You had to guide you, and the tribute was really, you could see where you actually belong, where your heart is. Thank you so much. Let's allow Honorable Munama Ganye Rogers to close the debate on the tribute.
No. Thanks very much, Honorable Madam Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupeche. Honorable Nkakarin, the word that we are looking for is called narcissist. He's a person who, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Tebogo Mamurobela, the Honorable Premier in absence, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs. Cantankerous is a bad-tempered person, if you don't know. Fellow members of this August House, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and Honorable Isop Mukonyana, and members of the Wipari, Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Lawrence Mapoulo, ladies and gentlemen, we are here as the African National Congress to eulogize and lionize one of the exceptionally outstanding and remarkable leader of our glorious movement, the African National Congress. I stand here before you on behalf of the African National Congress with a profound sense of sadness and deepest sympathy on the unpalatable news of the passing of one of our own truly impeccable human being of individual excellence, the late former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa and former Premier of Mpumalanga Province, Mr. David Dabete Mabuza, whose priceless soul has entered the Almighty's God's abode. Mabuza is remembered as a dominant politician, a committed and a humble cadre who dedicated his life to the service of the people of South Africa. The former Deputy President was born at Paula Trust in the Mpumalanga Province on the 25th August 1960, and yet another great African heart seized to bid on the 3rd of July, 2025. And his mortal remains will be buried on Saturday, the 12th July, 2025. We have lost a patriot, a freedom fighter, and a leader who served with humility and conviction. Sadly, we see that many people who have made our world better in big and small ways vanish before we were ready to let them go. We say so because D.D. Mabuza was a unique rarity and a fine specimen of human eloquence who touched and inspired majority of us. His unparalleled leadership qualities gave him unassailable credibility and unimpeachable integrity. It was indeed befitting for the ANC government to have such an exceptional, outstanding leader, quite dynamic, versatile, and virtuous in our midst. This is indeed a sad moment for South Africa and African continent at large, as a giant and stalwart of liberation struggle has fallen. He was ranked among those outstanding revolutionary figures whose leadership, values, and courage remain unmatched. During his tenure as deputy president, he was tasked with the responsibility of being the leader of government business, leading government efforts to fast-track land reforms and the coordination of government programs. We also want to seize this opportunity and extend our profound sense of unparalleled gratitude to the judicious leadership of His Excellency the President Matamela Ramaphosa for offering his official Category 2 funeral. While he lived, his humility, his self-effacing ways, his constant humor, his loyalty to principle, his avoidance of the self-serving theoretical flourished. His refusal to be defeated, the certainty he's very carried of any availability of realization of our hopes, brought light and joy to all our nights of despair. As a public rep, David Mabuza showed us by his exemplary leadership that we need no higher sound entitled to discharge our responsibilities faithfully to serve the people of South Africa. In him, we have lost an iconic legend who epitomized integrity and dedication in his public life. His impeccable services to the people will be remembered by the generation to come, because great leaders and icons, like all human beings, live and die. But what distinguished them from the rest of us is the immortality of their ideas, their teachings, an imprint of their footprints. His life has inspired many lives, more especially those who are looking for his leadership and guidance. Surely those who were close to him have learned great lessons in his life, which underpin the basic tenets of humility and honesty. So this world needs people like him who are principled and selfless. We also wanted, Honorable Speaker, to thank all the political parties for commiserating with us as the African Congress, as we are mourning and paying homage and remembrance to this gallant son of our continent. He was a person of his conviction. We have lost a true patriot who selflessly dedicated his entire life to our country in every sphere of life. He taught us dignity in the face of adversity, loyalty in tough times, perseverance so that determined goals are met. He showed us the boundless patriotism, self-sacrifice are not outdated concepts or glitches, but the building blocks of an extraordinary world and life. In our honor of sorrow and grief, our nation can be proud of producing such a leader of impeccable character who have left such an extraordinary legacy on the sands of time on his earth. A compound for life, a patriot to the end. Robala ka khotso mogale wa bagale, robala ka khotso Mshengu. Siyabonga, siyakhenza.
A di leboge re re a moya wa leader ya rena, former President Mabuza, o robale ka kgotso. Ka ge all members have debated, we're talking about his legacy. We're talking about the good things that we can learn from him. Indeed, let's take the legacy, ya Ntate Mabuza, forward so that together we can build South Africa a better one that we believe it can be able to be the future of our own children and grandchildren. On that note, the debate has not now concluded. We'll now to item 9 in terms of the order paper announcements, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me greet the Premier in absentia, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, and the whole whippery, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Committee. Madam Speaker, the sitting of the legislature is scheduled on Tuesday, the 15th July 2025. Honorable members, the official funeral of the late former Deputy President David Dabete Mabuza will be held on the 12th of July 2025, Hazy View. Members who want to attend the funeral must come to the office of the Secretary or contact the Secretary's office for logistics, and will surely accommodate those members that want to join the funeral. And also, you can also confirm on the WhatsApp group of the legislature. Honorable members, the Speakers Forum is happening tomorrow at Bolivia Lodge at 9 a.m. There are committees that are invited, and also some MECs that are invited. We're surely expecting all those members to be attending tomorrow. And lunch is served committee boardroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. We have now come to the end of our sitting. We are now at item 10, where already as an announcement has been done that as we adjourn this sitting today, we're coming back here in the Lewagomo Legislative Chamber on Tuesday, the 15th, 2025, at exactly 10 o'clock. And it was already been indicated that we encourage members to come in numbers, as we'll be debating the remaining 4 departments, including the legislature. And after debate, we are going to pass the budget. So we plead that members must be able to put time. We know the commitments of other parties that are committed, but we still plead that those that can be able to attend, let's be part of that session, because we need to be able to pass the budget on that day. On that note, the sitting stand adjourned until we reconvene on the 15th next week. Thank you so much.